on Viksit Bharat 2047. Let's welcome our chief guest for the day, Honorable Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Let us also welcome our FICCI leaders and also welcome Honorable Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Thakur ji. We welcome the FICCI leaders, Dr. Anisha, President FICCI, and the Group CEO and Managing Director, Mahindra Group, Shri Harshpati Singhania, Past President FICCI and Vice Chairman and MD, JK Paper Limited, and Shri Shailesh Kumar Pathak, Secretary General FICCI. May I now request Dr. Anisha, President FICCI, to formally welcome Honorable Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji by presenting her the green certificate. This is the green way of welcoming our guests. May I also request Shri Harshpati Singhania ji to formally welcome Honorable Minister Shri Anurag Thakur ji by presenting him the green certificate. As a part of FICCI's green initiatives, trees are being planted in the honor of our guests at Simply Pal National Park or Odisha. May I now request our President, Dr. Anisha, to kindly deliver his welcome address.
Honorable Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Honorable Information and Broadcasting Minister, Anurag Thakur ji, and distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to welcome everyone to Viksit Bharat. This is a vision that has been laid out by the Prime Minister and one that will propel the country to great heights. It is a very ambitious vision, but one that is eminently achievable given the momentum we are seeing in the industry. And Honorable Finance Minister, we are delighted to have you here with us today to kick off this event. A number of your policies over the last few years, in fact, have set a very strong foundation for India. And the one thing that as an industry we found remarkable is you've always put economics ahead of politics across multiple budgets over the last few years. And the fiscal discipline that has come with it, the focus on capex that the government has put in, where the multiplier effect is far greater, has helped the economy to get to a very strong footing, and it is up to the private sector now to take it much further. Private capex has grown slowly, but it is time for us to accelerate that. The India story is one that is a very, very strong one. In the past, we had a saying that if the US sneezes, the world catches a cold. I don't think that's any longer the case with India now. The world is sneezing. In fact, parts of the world have caught a cold as well. But India stands strong and will continue to grow even stronger. As Viksit Bharat, our ambition is $30 trillion of our economy by 2047. More importantly, $17,250 of per capita income, because this must be inclusive growth. And when we drive inclusive growth, it's at that time when the entire country benefits from it, and we will grow much stronger. At FICCI, we've outlined 4 key priorities that we are driving this year to support this vision of Viksit Bharat. One is Make in India. Indian companies today make world-class products and have beaten many of the global majors in India. Why can we not do that across the world? The second is women-led development. Women empowerment is a very critical focus area for us, and as a country, we need to do a lot better at this front, because that is what's going to help us grow and take a rightful position as a leader in this world. The third is farm prosperity. Agriculture continues to be an important area, and there are many experts who will tell us that India can actually feed the entire world. Our rate of mechanization is lower. There's a lot more that we can do on the farm front, and that's something that's going to be beneficial for farmers as well. And fourth is sustainability. We have taken global leadership in sustainability, something that others didn't expect. but India is leading that, and we should continue leading that. So these are the 4 areas: Make in India, women-led development, farm prosperity, and sustainability are the 4 key focus areas we're doing a lot of work on. Won't get into details right now, but I would love to kick off this conference. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Honorable Ministers, for your presence here today.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. May I request Mr. Harshpati Singhania to kindly deliver the special address?
Honorable Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Shri Anurag Thakur ji, Honorable Minister for Information, Broadcasting, Sports and Youth Affairs, Shri Anisha, President FICCI, Mr. Sailesh Pathak, Secretary General FICCI, various FICCI past presidents, members present here, and this galaxy of people who have come here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to be a part of this very important gathering on Viksit Bharat, which is a keystone message from the government for all of us to develop our nation. Viksit Bharat is the vision for 2047, which is the 100th year of our independence. Ladies and gentlemen, but Viksit Bharat is not just a vision. It's an inspiration, it's a collective desire, and a joint endeavor for each one of us living in our country. I compliment the government and applaud the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for inspiring us and propelling the nation in the direction of a developed country. Thank you, Nirmala ji, and Anurag ji as well, for the government's unwavering commitment amidst the toughest of times. Friends, India's economic strength clearly stands out amidst an uncertain global world that led to a paradigm shift at the way the world looks at India. With the big manufacturing titans, including China, facing sharp downturns, India is well positioned to take up the mantle to propel the global economy. From being the world's 10th largest economy as recent as 2014, India is today the world's 5th largest economy and, as President Shah said, well on course to become the 3rd largest by 2027. The past decade has witnessed far-reaching reforms, and I'd like to point out just 3 examples to illustrate the point. First, the enactment of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, or the IBC, made it simpler for businesses to turn around and to get effective resolution. Second, the introduction of the GST that ushered in an era of an integrated market, leading to greater formalization of the economy. And third, an example of RERA, the one for the real estate sector, where all states that instill confidence amongst developers and buyers and help revitalize the languishing real estate sector. There's also been a big thrust on the ease of living along with the ease of doing business, where the government has scrapped outdated laws, processes, regulations, innumerable to say the least. Subsuming of 29 central labor laws into 4 comprehensive labor codes should ideally have made it even easier and cheaper to do business in India and give a boost to formalization. But with states unfortunately dithering to frame rules under those codes, this process is slightly delayed. These efforts were complemented by a big impetus on infrastructure, including transportation, renewable power, and digital connectivity, leading to a 3-fold jump in government's capital expenditure over the pre-pandemic period, pushing effective public capex to almost 5% of GDP, ma'am. There is a focused approach to move towards an optimal multimodal mix, ensuring last-mile connectivity in transportation. Besides, an ambitious national infrastructure pipeline has been devised, guided by the PM Gati Shakti program. To enable India to play a greater role in the global value chain, the government has also made FDI routes simpler and introduced the PLI schemes catering to new age sectors as well as those where our import dependence has been high. This has led to accelerated FDI inflows and re-emphasizing India's elevated position as a global investment destination. In effect, the government has played the role of an enabler and facilitator for the private sector to come forward and play a leading role in the Indian economy to take it to greater heights. What lends us even more confidence are our recent exceptional achievements. Today, India has the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We have done exceptionally well in building our digital stack. The success story of the Unified Payment Interface, or the UPI as it is well known, has become a global case study. Not only this, but we recently became the first country to reach the moon's south pole, a complete rare achievement. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Aligned with the PM's vision, FICCI in partnership with McKinsey launched India's Century, achieving sustainable, inclusive growth, envisaging annual growth of 7.7% until 2047 to make India a $40 trillion economy, creating 60 crore jobs, and to increase per capita income sixfold to rupees 10 lakhs that President Shah talked about. For that, we need to continue our focus on building 4 capabilities across sectors: innovation, scaling SMEs, skilling for the future, and deepening capital markets. Let me briefly touch on each. Our priority must remain innovation. In fact, the recently announced corpus of rupees 1 lakh crore in the interim budget by you, ma'am, to encourage the private sector to scale up research in sunrise sectors is greatly appreciated. We look forward to effective implementation and utilization of this. Secondly, MSMEs need to be an important part of India's manufacturing journey. There has been a strategic recalibration of the MSME landscape in terms of revising definitions and raising thresholds for investment and turnover. Significant work is being undertaken by the government for further scaling up MSMEs. Thirdly, with a sizable pool of talented individuals, India's favorable demographics can be leveraged only by nurturing this human capital with modern and future-fit education systems. Besides, providing a conducive environment to support a large number of startups, and by fostering innovation, India's young minds can contribute to a culture of entrepreneurship and technological advancement. And lastly, to achieve growth on a sustainable basis, India needs access to affordable funding. We have an extensive financial ecosystem that is developing fast. However, there's a need to widen products and services, create avenues to access capital, particularly for MSMEs, streamline contract enforcement, and dispute resolution mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, by strengthening its position on the global stage, India can play a significant role in shaping global policies and addressing global challenges, as we successfully showcased during our G20 presidency last year. To fulfill the aspiration of a Viksit Bharat, each one of us has a role to play. It is only when we join hands that we will be able to reach the milestone of a developed nation. I have full confidence in our nation's future, and FICCI will continue to work closely with the government as we move ahead on the journey of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to have with us the young and the dynamic Minister, Honorable Minister Shri Anurag Thakur ji. May I invite you, sir, to deliver your keynote address. Thank you.
Honorable Finance Minister, respected Shrimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Dr. Nisha ji, Shri Harshpati Singhania ji, Shri S.K. Pathak ji. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Namaste. Let me first thank Mr. Shah for having Viksit Bharat as a topic for today's program. Isn't it a buzzword today? Wherever you go, whether it is a conference or economic conclave or even to the smaller towns of the country, people are talking about Viksit Bharat. But if you look back at 2014, we were among the fragile 5 economies of the world. There were corruption cases. There were many other issues faced by a lot of people where the delivery was a big challenge. So from a lost decade to decade, how this journey has been from the time of UPA to the time of UPI, I think the things have changed. What has changed? The offices are same, the officers are same, only I think the leadership has changed, the mindset and the trust. And let me throw some light on this because Prime Minister Modi believes in the teamwork. And when I'm standing in front of the industry leaders, from the day one, Prime Minister talked about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas. अगर आप उनके गुजरात के दिनों से अब तक भी देखेंगे, उनके मन में एक सपना था कि सरदार सरोवर डैम बने, सरदार पटेल की भव्य प्रतिमा बने। देश में उससे पहले छोटी छोटी बातों पर हम रुक के रह जाते थे, लेकिन दुनिया भर के देशों में सुनते थे सबसे बड़ी प्रतिमा, सबसे ऊंचा पुल, सबसे लंबी सुरंग। लेकिन आज भारत गौरव के साथ कह सकता है, गर्व के साथ कह सकता है, अगर सबसे ऊंचा पुल कहीं पर है, सबसे लंबी सुरंग कहीं है, सबसे ऊंची प्रतिमा कहीं पर है, एक के बाद सबसे तेजी के साथ करने वाला काम कहीं पर है, तो हमारे भारत में है। एक बड़ा बदलाव आज हमने देखने को मिला है और ये टीम भावना जो है ये आगे भी चाहिए। हम लोग अपनी टीम को लेकर अगले 100 दिनों में चुनाव लड़ेंगे ताकि तीसरी बार फिर मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाएं और अब 5वीं नहीं, दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने का काम भी करेंगे। लेकिन अगले 100 दिनों में आप भी जो इंडस्ट्री को करना है वो भी करें, ताकि हम अपना जो मैनिफेस्टो लेकर आएंगे आप उसके लिए तैयारी है ये भी करें कि सरकार को आके हमारे अगले 100 दिनों में सरकार बनने के बाद हमसे क्या अपेक्षाएं, हमें क्या वो करना चाहिए, वो आपकी इंडस्ट्री भी तैयार करके रखेगी, तो शायद उसका एक फर्क मिलेगा। मैं कुछ बातों पर यहां पर प्रकाश जरूर डालना चाहता हूं। हर्ष जी ने बहुत खूबसूरत शब्दों में कहा कि क्या क्या हुआ, लेकिन मैं सबसे पहले तो टैक्स पेयर्स का आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आपने ईमानदारी से टैक्स पे किया और मोदी सरकार ने पाई पाई बचाई भी और गरीब की भलाई के लिए लगाई भी। जहां पहले चोरी होती थी, पैसा साइफन ऑफ होता था, 100 रुपया भेजते थे 15 रुपये ही पहुंचता था, आज जो भेजते हैं पूरे का पूरा पैसा खाते में पहुंचता है। बिकॉज निर्मला सीतारमन जी हैज ओपन्ड 45 crore bank accounts, that means 450 million bank accounts in the last 5 years. Not only that, every money is being transferred through the DBT, and when earlier the UPI was launched, a lot of people raised a lot of questions whether how poor people are going to use it. Today you can see chai wala, sabji wala to everyone, they are using it very successfully in nook and corner of the country. और उससे फर्क क्या पड़ा है? फर्क सिर्फ इतना पड़ा है कि दुनिया भर की जितनी पेमेंट्स होती हैं, लेट मी से इट इन इंग्लिश ऑल्सो, if you look at the global payments, digital payments made, 46% payments are made in India, the digital payment. That is the change we have seen. The world is looking at India and India's technology. It has actually empowered the poor people and the marginal people. On the other hand, how the government has delivered on the ground, from 40 million houses being made for the poor people, 120 million toilets made for the women and the poor people, more than 100 million LPG gas cylinders have been given free of cost, more than 130 million portable tap connections have been given, more than 600 million people are getting Ayushman Bharat, the health coverage worth ₹5 lakh rupees. Apart than that, more than 800 million people are going to get the free food grains, Modi ki guarantee for the next 5 years as well. On the one hand, the poor and marginals have benefited out of it. At the same time, we have moved from the fragile 5 economies of the world to the 5th largest economy of the world. So both things can go in hand in hand. Apart than that, as Hershey has said earlier, last year Nirmala ji has given 10 lakh crore rupees as a capex in her budget speech. This year it has been increased to 11,11,111 crore rupees. This is the highest ever allocation of more than 11 lakh crore rupees for a capital expenditure. I think many things have changed, and the things have changed for the good. On the one hand, we have seen the national highways going up from 95,000 kilometers to 1,50,000 kilometers, airports from 74 to 150 airports, AIMS from 7 to 23, now IIM from 16 to 23, IIT from 12 to 19. At the same time, 350 medical colleges have gone up to more than 700 medical colleges in the country. Additional 600 universities have been built. Metro was limited to only 5 cities. It has reached to 20 cities now. Rural roads were only 3,20,000 kilometers. We have added additional 3,75,000 kilometers road in just last 10 years. So if you look at the comparative data, I think what we have delivered in 10 years, the others couldn't deliver in 60 years. That is the big difference. That is how the implementation has actually worked. And that is how we have moved from the fragile 5 to the first 5. And if you look at the white paper brought by Nirmala ji in the parliament, I think you could clearly see the comparison. Why that was a lost decade and how it is the decade during the Modi government. One after another, there are many such things which I can say here about the economy, but when the finance minister is here, I won't touch that area. All I want to say is how leadership makes a difference. And you have seen it in the industry also, how a leader, when he takes over the role, gives a new shape or a new direction to the company as well. Similarly, for a country like India, who was facing a lot of challenges, Prime Minister Modi, when walked up, many people said, इनको तो पता ही नहीं है विदेश नीति क्या होती है. I haven't traveled in the last 5 years abroad, but let me ask you, if you think the Indian passport has got a better value, India is getting a better respect overseas, and if you have experienced it outside or abroad, you can raise your hand whether you have experienced it or not. जिसको लगता है भारत के पासपोर्ट का मान सम्मान बड़ा है, तो ये फर्क है. और ये फर्क मैं इसलिए कहता हूं, एक समय ऐसा था कि जम्मू कश्मीर में भी, ज्योत्सना जी को तो पता होगा, कि वहां पे भी तिरंगा झंडे को जला दिया जाता था, फाड़ दिया जाता था, कहते थे भारत से अलग कर दो. लेकिन एक और वो समय था, आज ये समय आया है कि जब यूक्रेन रशिया वॉर में 27,000 भारतीयों को निकालना था, तो सब हाथ में तिरंगा झंडा लेकर आए और भारत माता की जय करते हुए देश वापस आए. सुरक्षित उनको वापस निकाल कर लाए. भारत ही नहीं, साथ लगते देशों के लोग भी हैं. ये तब संभव हो पाया जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने यूक्रेन के राष्ट्रपति और रशिया के राष्ट्रपति से बात की. इसका मतलब आपके देश के नेता का कद बड़ा है. ये तब संभव हो पाया कि अफगानिस्तान से सिख परिवारों को निकाल कर लाए, गुरु ग्रंथ साहब को वापस लेकर आए. ये तब संभव हुआ जब करतारपुर कॉरिडोर को खुलवा पाए, क्योंकि आज आपके नेतृत्व की क्षमता है. और वो तब संभव हुआ कि आपने अपना वोट एक ऐसे आदमी, एक ऐसी दल को दिया और पूर्ण बहुमत दिलाया जो बड़े और कड़े निर्णय ले पाया. शायद वो भी हिल जाते, ना करते तो संभव ना होता. आज मैं कह सकता हूं, जहां 10 वर्षों में 2004 से 14 तक 5.5 लाख करोड़ का एमएसपी में खरीद हुई थी, हमने 10 साल में 18,40,000 करोड़ की खरीद की है. उस समय 1 रुपया भी प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का नहीं मिला. आज 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया उनको मुआवजा मिला है. उस समय 1 रुपया भी ना किसान सम्मान निधि में मिलती थी. आज 2,81,000 2,81,000 करोड़ रुपीस उनको मिले हैं. एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आज कृषि के क्षेत्र में आया है, जहां कॉस्ट प्लस 50% मिनिमम एश्योर करने की बात हमने की थी, वो करके दिया है. Today, if you look at the farm sector, we have pledged that we'll make the farmers' income double, and we are already paying cost plus additional 50% minimum. We have recently announced the sugarcane prices, which is 107%. और ऐसा नहीं, दुनिया भर में हम सबसे ज्यादा गन्ने के दाम दे रहे हैं। एक नहीं अनेक क्षेत्रों में आप देखोगे इंडस्ट्री की हालत जो कोविड के समय थी, सब लोग कहते थे कैसे बचोगे और कैसे बचाओगे। तब भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने पहले मॉरिटोरियम पीरियड 6 महीने का दिया, फिर ECLGS स्कीम लेकर आए, 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए उसके अंतर्गत इंडस्ट्री को दिया, 20% एडिशनल वर्किंग कैपिटल दी। आज अगर इंडस्ट्री उस चिंता के समय से बाहर आई है और आज तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है, तो मैं यही कहूंगा पिछले 10 वर्षों में तो हमने नींव रखने का काम किया है। वी हैव लेड द फाउंडेशन इन द लास्ट 10 years. द नेक्स्ट 25 years वी गोना अचीव द विकसित भारत, द डेवलप्ड इंडिया इन द नेक्स्ट 25 years. एंड आई एम श्योर विद द इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स हियर and the kind of efforts they have been putting here in their respective industries and how they are making a lot of investments to make manufacturing or the service sector grow, we are bound to become a developed nation before 2047. We are not going to wait for 2047, we are going to achieve it much before 2047. मेरा इतना अनुरोध आप सबसे रहेगा, जो कुछ क्षेत्र हमने निर्धारित किए हैं जिनमें से एक रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का सेक्टर भी है। अगर आप 2014 तक देखेंगे तो 25 गीगावाट तक ही था, आज हम 100 गीगावाट से आगे पहुंच गए हैं और अगले 5-7 वर्षों में हम 500 गीगावाट का अपना लक्ष्य पूरा कर लेंगे। यही नहीं, ऐसे अनेक क्षेत्र हैं जहां पर भारत को आगे जाना था। एक समय था जब GST को लेकर ना जाने किसी ने क्या क्या कह दिया, लेकिन आज अगर आप GST की कलेक्शन देखेंगे, 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स, मार्च में 1,83,000 करोड़ थी, 1,83,000 crore rupees. On an average, if you look at the last 15 months, the average tax collection in the GST is 1,66,000 crore rupees, which is much more than 95,000 crore rupees, which was pre-COVID era. तो इसका मतलब कोविड के बाद अच्छा ही हुआ है। I'll say Modi ji is a man of alliances, whether it is an international solar alliance, or whether it is a global biofuel alliance, or many other such alliances which happened at the international level. One after another such alliances has happened because of the strong leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And here I am looking at our industry leaders to have to forge more collaboration alliances at the industry level, because a lot of people are looking at investing in India. If you compare it with the last 25, before 2014, it took 25 years to have close to $63 billion as a FDI, and we have much more than in the last 10 years. People are willing to invest in India. They were looking at ease of doing business. All I can say is there were 63,000 compliances in India. We have reduced it to 23,000 only. We have get away with the 1,500 plus archaic clause. 1500 पुराने कानूनों को हमने खत्म भी कर दिया, लेकिन नए कानून ऐसे बहुत सारे बनाए जिससे आपको इंडस्ट्री को लाभ बल मिलने वाला है, जिससे हमारी ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की रैंकिंग भी 143 से 63 पे आ गई। ये दिखाता है कि भारत ने कैसे एक और पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस की दुनिया से निकल के पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन और अच्छे कानून बनाने का काम किया। इसी की वजह से हमारे जो व्यापारी हैं उनको भी बल मिला और साथ ही साथ ईज ऑफ लिविंग को भी हमने इससे बल दिया है। एक समय था जब हम 2G के घोटाले तक सीमित थे, लेकिन आज 4G 5G टेक्नोलॉजी भी मेक इन इंडिया हो गई है। और हमने यूरोप से बाद में शुरू किया था, लेकिन यूरोप से ज्यादा 5G नेटवर्क आज हमने देश में खड़ा किया है। ये भारत की क्षमता है। जब दुनिया के केवल 5 देश वैक्सीन बना पाए तो उसमें हमारे भारत ने एक नहीं 2 वैक्सीन बनाई भी, और वैक्सीन मैत्री के अंतर्गत 150 देशों को 150 देशों को हमने वैक्सीन देने का काम भी किया। और आज हमारे 5G टेक्नोलॉजी को दुनिया भर को देने का हम काम कर रहे हैं। एक समय था हम रुकती थमती रेलगाड़ी में जाते थे, आज हम वंदे भारत में जाते हैं। आज दुनिया का सबसे ज्यादा एयरक्राफ्ट का ऑर्डर देने वाला देश कोई और नहीं, मेरा भारत है। और उस एयरक्राफ्ट को उड़ाने वाले भी सबसे ज्यादा वुमेन पायलट किसी और देश में नहीं, मेरे भारत में ही वुमेन पायलट सबसे ज्यादा है। आज एक महिला राष्ट्रपति से लेकर महिला वित्त मंत्री से लेकर वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स तक मैं देखूं तो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को भी 3 करोड़ महिलाओं को लखपति दीदी बनाने का हमने संकल्प लिया था। पिछले 1 साल में 1 करोड़ बहनों को लखपति दीदी बना दिया। अगले 5 साल में 3 करोड़ बहनों को लखपति दीदी भी बना देंगे। कुछ पायलट बन के प्लेन उड़ा रही हैं तो कुछ नमो दीदी बन के ड्रोन उड़ा रही होंगी। कोई ऐसा क्षेत्र नहीं जहां बेटियां पीछे है। इस बार की रिपब्लिक डे परेड पर भी दिखा, इंडिया इज नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द वुमेन डेवलपमेंट बट एक्चुअली वर्किंग ऑन द वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट। केवल महिला विकास नहीं, महिला नेतृत्व विकास की हम बात करते हैं और काम भी उस दिशा में कर रहे हैं। आज एक नहीं अनेकों उदाहरण मैं ऐसे कह सकता हूं। मुझसे पहले कहा गया चंद्रयान मिशन की बात, स्टार्टअप्स की बात। मुझे याद है जब निर्मला जी के साथ मुझे काम करने का अवसर मिला, मोदी जी ने हम दोनों को बुलाकर कहा था कि स्टार्टअप्स के लिए जो बदलाव करने आप लोग कीजिए, मुझे इसमें रिजल्ट देखना। युवाओं में बहुत क्षमता है। इन जस्ट 5 years स्पैन we have reached the 3rd largest startup ecosystem. We have more than 107 unicorns in the country. Look at the space sector, which was confined to only ISRO and some few government companies, organizations. Today it is open for the entrepreneurs and the startups. And that is why we are the cheapest and more effective as far as the space sector is concerned. We are getting thousands of crore rupees business in that sector also, and it is bound to grow. और चंद्रयान मिशन की बात तो मैं ये कहूं, आज हर भारतीय का सिर गर्व से ऊंचा होता है जब चंद्रयान मिशन की सफलता को देखकर चंद्रमा के दक्षिण ध्रुव पर तिरंगा झंडा लहराता है, तो वहां पर भी भारत की ताकत को देखते हैं। हमारे बाद जापान और अमेरिका ने करके दिखाया है। इसीलिए स्पोर्ट्स भी एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जो सॉफ्ट पावर की जब हम बात करते हैं, वहां पर भी भारत कभी मेडल गिने चुने ही जीतता था। हमने टोक्यो ओलंपिक से लेकर कॉमनवेल्थ गेम तक, पैरालंपिक से लेकर डेफ ओलंपिक्स तक अपने लगातार मेडल्स की टैली को बढ़ाया, यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स में बढ़ाया। लेकिन इस बार एशियन गेम्स में हमने वो करके दिखाया जो आज से पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था। हमने एशियन गेम्स में 107 मेडल तो पैरा एशियन गेम्स में 111 मेडल जीतने का काम किया, जो भारत का आज तक का रिकॉर्ड है। हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने सब किया। इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स यहां पर मैंने इसलिए कहा कि वी हैव स्टार्टेड अ नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स डेवलपमेंट फंड। यू कैन सपोर्ट अ प्लेयर, यू कैन सपोर्ट अ गेम, यू कैन टेक द एडवांटेज ऑफ ATG and 12 way for your tax exemption, tax benefit, and please support the sport as well as the players. In the end, let me say, विकसित भारत केवल आज इंडस्ट्री का नहीं, पूरे देश का एक संकल्प है। वैसे जिंदगी में जो हम चाहते हैं वो आसानी से मिलता नहीं, लेकिन जिंदगी की एक सच्चाई ये भी है कि हम वही चाहते हैं जो आसानी से मिलता नहीं। तो विकसित भारत भी आसानी से मिलने वाला नहीं, लेकिन हम सब मिलकर जोर लगाएंगे तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं जो असंभव हो। सब कुछ संभव है, हम सब मिलकर करेंगे। मुझे ज्यादा समय नहीं लेना, हमें वित्त मंत्री जी को सुनना है। संकल्प आज हम लेते हैं, जन जन को जाके जगाएंगे। सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की, हम विकसित भारत बनाएंगे, विकसित भारत बनाएंगे। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय भारत, जय हिंद।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the profound address. Definitely, the transformation of India from the fragile 5 to the top 5 has been phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning to the FICCI leadership and all the members and associates of the FICCI, invited guests, media. Let me first commend the FICCI leadership for having picked up on a topic like Viksit Bharat, and to have a national conclave on it. We all know that the Honorable Prime Minister had set a target for all of us, that by 2047, marking 100 years of India's independence, we should reach the destination of a developed India. Several decades have gone after our independence was attained in 1947, when we are trudging along and possibly reaching incrementally better days. But what actually has to happen is an India in which our generation or generation before, which saw a time of shortages, a time of opportunities lost, and a time when, in spite of talent revving to contribute to the country, they had to leave the country because the opportunities were not existing here. So, Honorable Prime Minister's clear indication is this goal is not attained for just India to claim a high ground, but it is our duty to provide the future coming generations a better India which gives opportunities for our youth to say, everything lies here, this is my motherland, and I feel proud to be here and contribute it further, rather than say, I'm not sure I'll have anything to do in this country, although I love it, I want to leave it because I need to take care of my family. So it's in a way our duty to provide the future generations a better country of which all of us can be proud, not just nationalistically proud, but also for the inclusive achievements that can be brought in if you look at a developed 2047. And that's the goal. And to have a conclave to talk about it, particularly among industry leaders, is a very important step forward. And I emphasize very important step forward. Because Indian industry, even during the British time, have always aligned with national interest and kept growing even against severe odds posed by the imperial colonial ruler. So if Indian industry has always kept that spirit up and against terrible odds kept moving along a national interest, I can't see how they will be left out in this game of building a developed India by 2047. So it should be natural to India's industry to align itself with India's developmental interests. And after all, industry will be the first contributor as much as the first beneficiary if India becomes developed. So if setting this goal alone is not enough, Prime Minister, setting the goal equally, has also said the difference set for himself, the different stages with which he is going to take India towards 2047. Just as we, after 2014, lifted the Indian economy from the 10th place where it was to the 5th place where we are today, Honorable Prime Minister has already very clearly indicated the third term that he is coming in now after this Lok Sabha elections. He will make sure that India will be from the 5th lifted to the 3rd. And thereafter, of course, you're going to have to do a lot more things to take it forward. And in that, the next generation reforms will certainly be top on the agenda. And what do they constitute? I'm not going to list out everything, but my valuable colleague told you about what had happened between 14 and today, the various kind of steps taken, bringing in every sector to have better days in terms of due diligences, compliances, ease of living, so that no business is run under duress or no business is run under the pressure of having to comply with government's regulations and so on. So if that has been the way in which between 2014 and today, several area-specific and generic reforms, systemic reforms have been undertaken. So that trend will continue. So when I say next generation reforms, I'm not going to list out. You in the industry belonging to various sectors will understand what it means. It's not for any other reason, but for want of time, I'm not listing out. But even with that said, I will underline the fact that the reforms will touch on all the factors of production, be it your land, be it your labor, be it your capital, but I'll also add up, other than enterprise, I'll also add up, which may not fit into the traditional definition of what factors of production are, but I will add one more. 21st century probably comes up with one more factor of production, and that is the digital infrastructure. Today, today, no country can move at a pace in which they would want to achieve developmental goals for their own citizens, can do it or can do it effectively without digital infrastructure. So I would dare to put that as one of the other factor of production, in which India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has shown how investment, public investment, in creating that infrastructure at the bottom, digital infrastructure at the bottom and scaling it up, has given us the proverbial India stack, brick by brick, building it up. Some countries may have a few of the bricks, but may not have the others. Today, during the G20, we saw how countries have really put on table their appreciation of what India has done in terms of spreading the digital public infrastructure, public it is, and therefore want to replicate such an experience, each the way in which they want to do it for their own countries, and replicate that. Because they see the virtue of having infrastructure, digital infrastructure, which helps them to speed up, ramp up, scale up the developmental goals. And that is why, other than your traditional land, labor, and capital along with enterprise, I would dare to put this, because this is your modern day infrastructure, this is your modern day factor of production, without which you're not going to be able to scale up and bridge the gap between those who are still aspiring to develop and move forward. So with all this reforms touching each one of these factors of production, I would still say I'll highlight some areas in which government will push a lot more. And I'm not listing items like EV, obviously EV, but we are looking at space, we are looking at artificial intelligence. India wants to touch on levels of innovation, investment, and also policy support for expanding in space sector, expanding in artificial intelligence. That is why, in spite of it being a vote on account, we have emphasized that India should become a global hub for artificial intelligence and related research. We'll set up centers of excellence for artificial intelligence. That's not going to be a simple, easy to achieve objective, but we have the wherewithal, and we therefore are confident we can do it. So space, artificial intelligence, warehousing. Now when I say warehousing, it's not just the agricultural warehousing at the village level. Yes, that also. But you can imagine the warehousing needs of this country, to the extent of whether it is your semiconductors or looking at precious metals and their warehousing as well. So space can be artificial intelligence, it can be warehousing, it can be. We are pushing with support, policy support, legislative support, investment support, and bringing people together to work together and see if there are joint ventures possible, investments possible, manpower which is so required with domain specialism possible. So that's one layer that I've just said, but that is not to exclude logistics. India's logistics potential is just not even touched yet, leave alone tapping it to 10%, 20%. We have immense scope in elaborating on logistics. I think a great leap forward technically has been made with the PM Gati Shakti, which gives you the wonderful layers of filters through which you can see where you need to have that investment made to ramp up on logistics. So logistics, agricultural value addition, agriculture, better productivity. Agriculture, I don't want to use the mechanization word, but agriculture efficiencies. I'm not against mechanization, but mechanization per se is not the goal. Agriculture productivity is the goal, agriculture output is the goal, agriculture value addition is the goal. So logistics, agricultural value addition, efficiency and production. Therefore, if you go in that route, tourism, again an area in which we have not really exploited India's fullest capacity. Every parameter with which if you measure the tourist flow across the world, if you go for the beaches, if Thailand can provide something, India can provide it even better. We have the natural blessings, not just in Goa, across peninsular India. If skiing and snow-based activities, you have it all. If wild trekking, you have it all. High-altitude trekking, you have it all. Culture, temples or monuments, you have it all. Across the country again. Catering, food, cuisines, don't we have it all? And don't we have our own Indian population which is also revving to spend on family vacations? And we have probably as Indians specialized in one more thing, destination weddings. Are we fully exploiting all this? So whether it's logistics, agriculture and agricultural productivity and tourism, we have again immense potential and government is committed in terms of its policy. And the reason why Prime Minister is confident that the third term is going to ensure reaching the level of third largest economy, it's because of the push which he likes to give in these areas. Not just fiscal push, but legislative and other push as well. So industry today sitting together in a national conclave, talking about what can be done today in India towards 2047. I've not spoken at all about the greening of India, renewable energy, better prospects for not just solar, not just electrical, but also looking at renewing our commitments to hydroelectric power. India's been a leader, but now we need to renew a lot more of them. Green hydrogen, green ammonia, big investments are happening in India. But with the investments, the collaterals which arise out of it, are we looking at those areas for investment? Are we looking at those areas for capacities? So industry today has so much to speak about. The path that the Prime Minister is laying for ourselves, and that path for which even after COVID, well after COVID, government is showing its commitment by ramping up expenditure, capital expenditure. I would appeal to the industry, standing on a FICCI platform. Indian industry can now surely move forward with a great speed. If globally investments are coming in, they're coming in because they see prospects here. You're in this country, you're also probably watching the situation, looking at the flow of investment capital. But I think it is time for Indian industry also to join in this game in a big way and look for, if necessary, for technology or any other reason, look for greater joint venture partners around the world for whom India is attractive, and I'm sure it is attractive for you in the first place. So there's just a lot more to say because we are at a juncture in India's history where it is just all opportunities and it is for us to grab it. It's a government which functions on the principle of systems thinking. I'm sure many of you are management types. System as an organization, if you were to look at it, the entire organization should think about things. Government as an organization is thinking together, not in silos. And that is why we are able to overcome many of our legacy problems and deliver. And if government can do systems thinking, even as it goes for the stable, steady, incremental increase in bringing inclusivity, gas reaching homes, electricity reaching homes, water reaching homes, sanitation facility reaching homes, that is Kaizen, incrementally moving, steadily moving. I don't know if I have any Japanese friends in the audience. If I mispronounced Kaizen, please pardon me. It moves incrementally and stably, predictably to everybody. But it can't be Kaizen at the top. It has to be for India at least. Just ramping up speedily because you don't have the luxury of time. You lost nearly 60 years by moving in incremental pace. Incremental it has to be for the individual household. But the country's goal has to be achieved through speeding up on scale and getting to the destination in due time. Our green commitments are in place. I don't want any questions on, does this mean that India is going to lose out on the sustainability race? No, we shall not. Every commitment given in Paris was fulfilled. COP21 was fulfilled well before time. Every commitment given in Scotland shall also be fulfilled. And India is ramping up its capacities for renewable energy, making sure green cover is maintained. If any country has green cover increased, it's India. So, without taking more of your time, I appreciate once again FICCI's efforts to bring together industry, talk about things which matter for building India as a Viksit Bharat 2047. Industry's role, I'll again underline, is critical to this. You were with India in its freedom fighting moments. You built your industry and capacity despite the colonial pressures. It's time for us to have economic independence with this goal of Viksit Bharat, and I'm sure industry will play its role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Finance Minister. This is a quick word of thanks, but before that, I'll invite all past presidents and members of the Presidium of FICCI to please come up on stage for a group photograph. We don't want to take too long in the word of thanks. Thank you, Honorable Ministers. Thank you, diplomats, senior business leaders, and all the delegates. We'll quickly wind up with a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be shortly joined by Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister. We'll have a short, quick break of tea and coffee. 11:15, we'll be joined, we'll be having a session with Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister. Request everybody to come back by 11:15. Thank you. Minister. Please take your seats. Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Joining him is FICCI leadership, Dr. Anish Shah, President FICCI, Mr. Anand Goenka, Vice President FICCI, Mr. Subrakant Panda, immediate past President FICCI, and Mr. S.K. Pathak, Secretary General FICCI. Welcome everyone. May I request Dr. Anish Shah, President FICCI, to formally welcome Honorable Minister by presenting him the green certificate. This is the green way of welcoming our guest. And in your honor, sir, we are planting the trees at Simlipal National Park, Odisha. May I now request Dr. Anish Shah, President FICCI, to kindly deliver his welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable Minister. It's a real pleasure to have you with us today, especially as we talk about Viksit Bharat. We spoke a little this morning about the goals of Viksit Bharat, but there's one aspect I want to highlight, which is to get to 30 trillion, manufacturing has to go from 18% to 25% of the economy. That means that manufacturing in India has to grow 16 times in the next 23 years. Yes, 16 times in the next 23 years. And to drive that growth, a number of things have to change in terms of how we approach the economy. The Honorable Minister has taken a number of steps to position India in the world as the destination for companies around the world to come in, and for companies in India to be global champions, to manufacture world-class products, to have R&D in India, and to be able to export to the world. Our stature has gone up multifold. And even as we've taken FICCI delegations to different parts of the world, we've seen that. Very recently, we've taken a FICCI delegation to Saudi Arabia and was the first CEO delegation to NEOM. We had a number of government leaders with us as well. And the Commerce Minister, in fact, helped set that up in a way where we got tremendous reception from various leaders at Saudi Arabia. He had personally called them and ensured that India got the position that it deserved on that stage. And this is just one example, but there are many others that have positioned India very differently today in the eyes of people around the world. And therefore, it is our pleasure to welcome the Honorable Minister and have this session here with him today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. May I now invite Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textile, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, to deliver his welcome keynote address. Thank you.
Dr. Anish Shah, the President of FICCI and Group CEO and MD Mahindra Group, Mr. Anand Goenka, Vice President FICCI and Vice Chairman RPG Group, Mr. Subrakant Panda, former President of FICCI, Mr. Pathak, the Director General of FICCI, all the former past presidents of FICCI, all the distinguished captains of industry, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Sada pani dena karna. Well, Viksit Bharat at 2047 has started resonating with all of us. And when you desire something with a great deal of commitment, when you make up your mind about something which you want to achieve, it is said the entire universe conspires to make that happen. And therefore, I do believe that just like in business world, in our corporate sector, we set ambitions, aspirational goals, a vision for our company, prepare the way we are going to, the roadmap to achieving that vision, or the mission statement that encourages all of us in our day-to-day work. it's necessary that we as a nation also decide where we are headed, have the courage of conviction to think big, to be bold about our ambitions, be willing to challenge ourselves, not go for incremental growth or business as usual, work towards an aspiration that is at times seemingly impossible to meet. But very often it is found that when you set big targets, when you let your ambition flow, dream big, you do achieve big. And I have absolutely no doubt in my mind, seeing the mood across India, seeing the enthusiasm of our young men and women, seeing the excitement about the future, even in remotest corners of India, remote parts of India, villages of India, the tier 3, 4 towns of India. When I see the response we are getting across the world in terms of India's positioning at various international fora, everything seems to be falling into place for the India story to flourish, for India to be the preferred destination for foreign investments, for India to encourage our domestic wealth creators industry to invest bigger and faster. And the vision that the Prime Minister has laid out before the country of Viksit Bharat by 2047 clearly seems very, very achievable, very, very doable. And I think the entire nation has adopted that as our mantra, as our collective effort to reach the goal of a developed nation, to add to maybe $30 trillion to our economy as we fast progress towards Viksit Bharat at 2047. In fact, our actions of today, our efforts are all shaping the destiny of the nation. And it is this conviction that is today driving the India growth story, the fastest growing large economy in the world, an economy that is expected to soon be the third largest, another 3 years at best, I think. 2027 is the estimated time by which we should cross the other two and become the third largest economy in the world. And towards that end, the government is playing the role of an enabler, whether it is ease of doing business, along with that, whether it's our focus on ease of justice, ease of logistics, ease of living for our people, ease of innovation. I've just launched before coming here a program which will be held in Bharat Mandapam from 16th to 18th of March. It's called Startup Mahakumbh, and it speaks about Bharat which innovates today. And all of these efforts are helping create that conducive ecosystem to help India grow rapidly, progress in different fields, and look at multidimensional growth, be it infrastructure, where we are making rapid strides. Central government itself is leading from the front with 11,000 crores worth of capex by the central government to promote infrastructure spending in the country. And we all recognize the deep multiplier impact that infrastructure investments have on any economy. This is in addition to what the private sector and state governments are investing in infrastructure. We are looking at the manufacturing sector to support the huge foray into infrastructure, as well as support the growing demand for goods and services that is clearly evident. Every single day we are seeing companies reporting great amount of demand. Only yesterday's paper had reference to a recent research report which spoke about increasing consumption, both in rural India and in urban India, and reducing share of the food basket in the consumption pattern of every Indian. I think that augurs well for rising incomes, leading to an increase in demand for variety of goods and services, which is a necessary enabler for our manufacturing sector. Yesterday, while addressing Bharat Techs, Prime Minister Modi also was encouraging the industry to look outward. Very often we get into the cozy comfort of a large domestic market. Undoubtedly 1.4 billion people is a huge market to serve. We have enough and more demand for almost everything that we produce in India. And therefore, a renewed focus on export is required in the country, and that can actually help us both in terms of our competitiveness with larger economies of scale. It can help us improve our quality of whatever we are producing, whatever we are offering to the rest of the world. And of course, it will have a huge impact on India's macroeconomy, which already today sports double the foreign exchange reserves, which we had inherited in 2014. And that is after paying back all those expensive borrowings of $34 billion that were made in August, September of 2013, only to artificially shore up the rupee and show some modicum of stability in the Indian economy, which of course came as a high interest cost burden to the Modi government in 2014 and was subsequently repaid. After all those repayments also, if we actually remove that from what we had inherited as foreign exchange reserves, then we have really almost gone 2.5 times today from what we had inherited in 2014. And I do believe an increased thrust both in foreign investments coming into India, a lot of which is driven by the very compelling investment destination that India has become, with the huge 3D effect, democracy, demography and demand that India offers to the world today, and the export earnings that we are hoping to increase in the years to come, collectively helping us also strengthen the Indian economy further. I also see a lot of investments now in manufacturing, driven with data available on what is being imported. When Indian industry knows the elements of the import basket, it automatically encourages Indian industry to invest in those sectors. And I do believe going forward that will also spur greater investments in manufacturing. So we have a huge local demand, we have a huge replacement of imports to meet the large local demand. We have the opportunity for India to play an increasingly important role in global value chains, which also encourages us to be a part of GVCs and add to the manufacturing investments and capacity of India. And we have the potential, given our high quality and affordable production, to serve the needs of the world. They are all looking for trusted partners. They are all looking for companies and countries which operate under the rule of law, where there is justice, where there is democracy, where there is recourse to any unfair trade practices. And I think in that sense, India offers one of the best destinations, both for investment, as a sourcing hub for the needs of the world, and to encourage the domestic manufacturing. Clearly, the young aspirational India is a big demand aggregator and booster. As the economy grows, and mind you, when we look at the Indian economy even today, while our GDP in terms of US dollars is currently at about $3.5, $3.7 trillion, on a purchasing power parity basis, we are closer to $10 trillion. So we already have a huge delta in terms of the PPP that the Indian economy represents, which shows that there is enough traction in the economy and a lot of demand, lot of volume of goods that are sold in the economy at scale. And when we look at the nominal growth of the country in US dollar terms, the GDP growth is nearly between 9.5% to 10% at present, which going forward could even get better, considering the fact that we will be pretty much focused on expanding exports, in making sure that India becomes a significant global player in the economy. And given all the right elements in place, given the increasing manufacturing capacity, I'm quite certain that our mantra of Make in India, our effort to promote brand India across the world, our collective commitment to work with a sense of duty to make India a developed nation by 2047, the women-led development that is clearly evident in every walk of life today, all of these enablers will help India truly become a developed, a prosperous nation by 2047. I believe that with the basic needs of large sections of the less privileged sections of society being met through various welfare initiatives, whether it's food, clothing, shelter, healthcare, education, digital connectivity, water, good connectivity on various infrastructure fronts, all of these are significant enablers which help young India, and our average age is less than 30 years, it's 28.4 years today, expected to continue to be a young population for the next 30 years. This young India, with 2/3 of the people in the working age, clearly is aspiring for the good things of life. They are connected on the net, 900 million plus users on the net, watching what is happening across the world, aspiring for all the good things of life, is going to be a huge demand creator, demand generator. It's going to inspire our youth to work harder, to contribute to the India growth story in a bigger way. And with the triple track of strong macroeconomic fundamentals, huge thrust on infrastructure creation and welfare, moving people out of multidimensional poverty. Nearly 250 million people have already, in the last 10 years, come out of poverty. And with the increasing disposable incomes that our families have today, undoubtedly, we can see India being at the forefront of global growth, and that cannot happen but for the various initiatives that have been taken to support manufacturing in the country. We are manufacturing for the renewable energy sector in a big way. We are going big on the automobile sector. We'll be a large producer, even probably doubling our capacity in things like steel, cement, all the various building construction materials. I can see before my eyes, as more and more women come into the workforce, a greater demand for fast-moving consumer goods or electronic products. More and more youth are getting connected with electronic devices, giving a leg up to manufacturing of electronic goods in the country. In the electrical industry space, we are a leader in the world. Along with the auto industry, the auto component industry has become a matter of pride. They are already exporting $20 billion with an aspirational target of $100 billion by 2030. The Indian textile sector, with a large employment potential with about $44 billion of exports currently, has set before itself a target to reach $100 billion of exports and expanding its domestic footprint. Given the urge amongst youngsters for better clothing and the demand for textiles rapidly increasing in India, showing huge potential for manufacturing in the textile sector, the focus the government has given to the semiconductor industry, helping a new ecosystem develop in India. Going forward, our effort to promote areas like shipbuilding, our effort to promote tourism in the country, and along with that, the whole ecosystem of tourism, providing further impetus to manufacturing of goods and provision of services in India. It's a pretty holistic and comprehensive vision with which Prime Minister Modi has brought to fore his ambition and his plan and the collective vision of 140 crore Indians to make India a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Friends, we can all contribute in this vision. I urge each one of you to be a Viksit Bharat ambassador, be vocal for local, support each other, and be willing to engage with domestic industry as a part of your entire value chain. The Prime Minister has given the call for Red in India, which will also give a lot of jobs and impetus to the service sector and tourism in the country. Of course, travel in India is picking up steam with more and more people wanting to explore the exotic locations that India offers. We have a number of corporates who have made it a mission to gift domestically produced made in India products. Very often corporates have now turned to gifting one district, one product goods, which are very often handlooms, handicrafts, specialities identified in each district across the country, so that ODOP products or our artisans, our weavers, they get a larger opportunity for sale of their goods. And I do hope all the corporates will make it a mission to gift Indian products and, if possible, ODOP products, giving a leg up to the handloom and handicraft and khadi and cottage industry sector. I would urge all of you to also remain connected with real India, with the India at the grassroots. In a way, I recall the Prime Minister once telling all the officials, senior officials in government, that they should go back to their first posting. And he sent all the secretaries, additional secretaries, back to the first posting they had 25, 30 years ago, and see what has happened over there, see the development that is happening over there. Similarly, I would urge captains of industry to see if you and your senior team, management team, your senior officials, your supervisors, managers, could all be encouraged to go back to their roots, go back to the village or small town from where you originally came. See the situation there. It may give you some good ideas of how you can contribute to a better future for the people who are still left behind. Maybe just like your family boarded a train or got a chance to come to one of the big cities, get good education and make a good life for you and your families and your children. Let's look back at those who are not yet out of their villages or out of their small towns and see how we can play a role to further improve their lives. What are the goods and services that they need? I had made a call to action to the chartered accountants in a program in Gandhinagar. I was very immensely happy to read yesterday that they've actually actionated that each chartered accountant will teach one chartered accountant, will encourage and support one student, and I'd suggested you do that from your original village. Pick up a bright young boy or girl from your village, where you come from. Mentor him, give him scholarship, support him through his education process. If required, get him to your office to train with you. And if each chartered accountant, and we have about 400,000 of us in the country, if each chartered accountant was to adopt one child from one of the villages across the country, and we could cover 300 or 400,000 villages, and have a chartered accountant come out of each of those villages, can you imagine what an impact that would have? And how that would encourage the rest of the children in that village or small town to do better and bigger in life. Maybe each one of us can pick up one such small project. And as they say, I don't know how many of you have read the Ramayana, but it was the squirrels, Gileri, who played the important role of building the Ram Setu, which helped Lord Ram reach Lanka and bring back his better half, bring back Mata Sita. So truly, each one of us has a role to play. I may be diverting from your manufacturing as a subject, but I do want to urge each one of you and take this message to your colleagues, in your family, in your workplace, in your neighborhood, amongst your friends. Can each one of us contribute in some way to help those who have been left behind come up in life, be greater and bigger contributors to the India growth story? Keep the nation first in every activity you do. Make sure you be the change agent. You make the difference that you want to see in the other, because change begins from us. And when each one of us decides or makes it a mission that we will focus on the India story, we will be Indian, we'll buy Indian, we'll support local industry, we'll support local entrepreneurs, we will support the India startup ecosystem, we will buy goods made by our artisans, weavers. All of this collectively will give us spurt, and then that 16x growth that Anish ji just spoke about in manufacturing. The fact that as we become a $35 trillion economy by 2047, manufacturing will have a big chunk of that economy. Manufacturing will support, as you said, 25% of that GDP. I think that would be a reality that is eminently doable. The challenge is before each one of us to adopt. The challenge is for all of us to accept. And I have no doubt in my mind that every Indian is ready and willing to take up this challenge. Every Indian is going to contribute to make India truly a great country once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's a pleasant task to propose a vote of thanks, and immediately thereafter we'll take a group photo with the past presidents and ADG. I would like to compliment the Honorable Minister as well as the Presidium of FICCI. I know how hard you've been working, sir. We saw you in action at Bharat Techs yesterday, and it was the biggest ever gathering of 6,000 people related to the textile sector in India. It was a global event, so a round of applause. And for those who don't know, Honorable Minister has to go now to Yashobhumi for the remaining half of the Bharat Techs exhibition, and then he is going to the ministerial in Abu Dhabi. So thank you so much for sparing your time for our program today. On behalf of all of us industry members of FICCI, as you've heard Dr. Anish Shah, our president, say, there are 4 priorities for FICCI in 2024 for a Viksit Bharat. Number 1 is Make in India. Number 2 is women-led development. Number 3 is farm prosperity. And number 4 is sustainability. And sir, during the rest of the day, we will only focus on these 4 priorities and talk about specific ideas in the next 100 days so that we can give those ideas for you in the next 100 days. Yes. So with that, may I invite the past presidents and a round of applause to the dais. And from Honorable Minister's side, a specific request for those of you who have not visited Bharat Mandapam yet, please do go and have a look at Bharat Tech's. Come.
बोला हटाना पड़ेगा तो भैया इस तरह उसको बोलने उसका बोलने तरीका गलत है ये। हाँ हटाना पड़ेगा तो हटाना पड़ेगा थोड़ा ना बोल दे भाई हो जाएगा एडजस्ट। हाँ हो जाएगा 8 लगाने 10 लगाने उसको थोड़ा आराम से ले 10 मिनट लग जाएगा जिस तरह हम लगा रहे नहीं लगेगा हो गए थोड़ा सा
first. To commence this insightful session, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our dignitaries and speakers. May I invite our special guest, Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Government of India, and Srimati Alka Upadhyay, Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, on the dais. I am also privileged to invite the chair of the session, Dr. Ashok Gulati, Distinguished Professor, ECRIAR, followed by an esteemed panelist, Mr. Rajiv Chawla, Chief Knowledge Officer and Advisor, Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Ms. Arpana Bijapurkar, Managing Director and Partner, BCG, Mr. Hemant Sikka, Co-Chair, FICCI National Agriculture Committee and President, Farm Equipment, Mahindra and Mahindra, Mr. Kaushal Deswal, Co-Chair, FICCI National Agriculture Committee and President and Managing Director, Revlis, Mr. Ravindra K. Agarwal, Promoter Chairman, Kisan Craft, Mr. Yogesh Thorad, Managing Director, Maha Farmers Producer Company Limited. Before I hand over the session to Dr. Gulati to take the session forward, we would like to felicitate our special guest and the chair of the session. May I request Mr. Hemant Sikka, co-chair of the FICCI National Agriculture Committee, to present the green certificate to Secretary Ms. Alka Upadhyay and to Secretary Shri Manoj Ahuja. A green certificate is a sustainable initiative of FICCI. A thicket of 6 trees will be planted at Trees for Tigers, Simlipal National Park, Orissa, in the name of the recipient of the certificate. Thank you. Now may I request Mr. Kaushal Deswal, co-chair of the FICCI National Agriculture Committee, to present a green certificate to Dr. Ashok Gulati. Thank you. With this, I request Dr. Gulati to take the session forward. Thank you.
I'm told we have maximum 1 hour here, so we have to be very quick running on the ground. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and distinguished participants here. We heard in the morning the great vision, the dream of Viksit Bharat. Standing here for the industry captains, one thing is clear. It's not just $30 trillion economy that we want to build. We also want to build inclusive Bharat. 45.8% of the workforce today is engaged in agriculture. An average monthly per capita expenditure, which the latest consumption survey has revealed, is only 3,773 per capita monthly expenditure in the rural areas. Why I am giving this figure to you? Manufacturing revolution cannot come unless there is a demand at the base. It's not you and me, 10-15% of India's income, that can drive a manufacturing revolution in India. And I will only cite one example. China, which is today the manufacturing hub of the world, when they started off reforms in 1978, first 6 years, 78 to 84, they did not go for any other major reforms. It was reforms in the agriculture sector. And during that period, 6 years, the real incomes of the farmers, I'm talking not nominal, real income of the farmers, increased by 14% per annum. They doubled farmers' incomes in 6 years. And that led to a massive demand for manufactured products, which were being produced by town and village enterprises at that time. And they could not meet that demand. They had to scale up capital investments to satisfy that demand. The manufacturing revolution in China did not start with the big industries. It started off with town and village enterprises to satisfy the local demands of the farming community whose incomes were surging ahead. This lesson we have to learn. Our reform started from the top with trade policy and delicensing. Till date, there have been no major reforms in agriculture. Agriculture incomes have been increasing at 3.5%. Last 20 years, agri GDP growth is 3.5% per annum. The dream of doubling farmers' income demanded 10.4% per annum incremental growth. Unless we pay attention to that, and what is the best way to increase incomes, I think manufacturing revolution at that 16 times increase, 16x of manufacturing share in the GDP that we are talking 25%, very soon you face demand constraints. So with these initial remarks, and how to do it, whether by increasing MSPs or by increasing productivity or diversification towards high-value crops or capturing best export markets, is that the way where the consumption patterns are going towards high value? That is, we would love to hear. And we are honored that two secretaries are sitting here, and I would like to invite first the fastest growing sector, animal husbandry in the country. From poultry growth is 8 to 9% per annum during the last 10 years. Fishery is growing around 7 to 8% per annum. Dairy is growing around 6% per annum. Madam, women empowerment, farm incomes, and high-flying agriculture, we look forward to your address. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Gulati, for setting the tone and tenor. And for the first time, being separated from agriculture has its advantage, and I feel it today, that Secretary Agriculture has taken a back seat as far as, and Dr. Gulati has also said that this is the fastest growing sector, and indeed it is, and I feel privileged today to be here amongst all of you to be talking about the livestock sector in the country. We have now various firsts and seconds, and continuing a little bit of tom-tomming, we've really grown at about 6% in the GVA. We've been contributing a lot, in fact around 30% in agriculture. The total output of the livestock sector is around 15.63 lakh crores, and out of which milk alone contributes to about 10 lakh crores. So we have become the dairy of the country, of the world, with 25% of all milk in the world coming in from India. We have also become the second largest producer of eggs, and our consumption or per capita availability has increased substantially from, in the last 9 years, from about 61 to now 101 eggs. As according to the nutritional requirement for the humankind, we are far above the international average with about per capita availability of 444 grams per day. I don't know how much more of milk will be consumed. If you've read the monthly capita expenditure reports that have been going around in the last 2-3 days, the consumption of milk is amongst the highest in the food basket. That's all a very, very happy setting for all of us. Livestock sector is contributing a lot, but this is sheer numbers. We could do much better. Our productivity is actually quite low and amongst the lowest in the country, in the world. Over the last few years, however, we have seen that the overall productivity gain in India has been about, in the last 7, 8 to 9 years, has been about 29%, which is the highest in the world. Very interestingly, and I would like to take a minute over here to bifurcate, the productivity of the much tom-tommed, crossbred Holstein Friesian, Jersey cows is tipping a little, whereas the productivity of the indigenous animals is increasing. quite sufficiently. There is a lot of work that needs to be done as far as productivity is concerned, both in the poultry sector as well as our own milch animals. The department now has to put in an effort when we are talking about doubling farmers' income, when we are talking about Viksit Bharat, we are talking about the Amrit Kal. It cannot be business as usual as far as our productivity is concerned and as far as the value addition to this entire crop is concerned. We have been following a small farmer, low input and low output model. The advantage of this model, it's a sustainable model. If any one of you in the room has followed the dairy trends across the world, it has been a disaster. Be it Europe, be it US, the skimmed milk prices have been absolutely abysmally low, while we have remained afloat here in India. There has been a lot of pressure on us to open up the markets. Well, we haven't opened up the markets, of course, because of the farmer sensitivity. There is also a need for us now, after having become the largest producer of milk and eggs, to open up our markets and not to open up our markets, open up the exports, and for which a lot of work has to be done because we have been plagued by FMD. And for the first time in this, in the last few years since the National Immunization Program for Livestock has been taken up, we have been able to immunize our animals without a hitch. And the good news is, while India on the human side is the pharmacy of the world, has been producing vaccines, be it COVID or other vaccines, we were looking outside, but now over the last 2-3 years, we have totally indigenous production of vaccines. And since they are available at a much cheaper rate, our national immunization program is also going very fast. We have been able to immunize about 64 crores of our milch animals, and that's a large number. And 64 crores vaccination has happened. It's not the number of animals, that is only about 30 crores. And this is successive vaccination. If it happens till 27, I think we are on the right track of being FMD Mukt Bharat, the Honorable PM's clarion call. Having talked about livestock health and why investment is needed in this sector, we have various kinds of zoonotic diseases emerging. We have new exotic diseases threat also. So there has to be a constant research in these areas, and we need to produce these trial vaccines, keep them in stock, so that if and when any such event happens, we won't be spending time in doing R&D, but go on straight to production, commercial production of our vaccines. The industry here, I urge all of you to contribute in this sector as far as the livestock medicines and vaccines are concerned. The other sector, which is very, very interesting, and now with the agriculture, the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, we have been able to mobilize a lot of private investment. This is the first time that this department has been speaking and reaching out to people like you in the room, and we have had a phenomenal success in AHIDF. With a sheer 3% interest subvention, in which the payout is minimal as far as the government is concerned, the amount of capital investment that we have leveraged is very good, about 10,000 crores, and we have several such applications now queued up. And this is the time where we need to move towards value addition. We still have a lot of pet food coming in from abroad. We do not have whey protein being produced in the country, and there are these stocks coming in from US and from Europe, which line the shelf of the stores which are so very well visited by our youth. So we need to diversify, we need to have more value addition in this sector. The sector seems to be prepared. We no longer buy cheese when we go out of the country, except for some very specific and, the fine kind of cheese, but good cheese available in the country. Protein-rich drinks are available in the country, yogurt, flavored yogurt, so on and so forth. And also in the meat export side, we need a lot of investment. We need investment as far as good quality processing houses are concerned. With all of this, I think, and since Dr. Gulati has mentioned we must keep to our time, I hope to have further interaction with all of you and see where we can take this industry, which has kind of laid down the backbone, or it has laid down the ground for value addition, and soon we should be able to do some dollar earnings in this sector, which as of now is very minimal, except for, of course, meat export, but milk and egg and poultry. In fact, I must share with you that for the first time we have 36 compartments, disease-free compartments notified in the poultry sector. We have had a lot of private investment, and with disease-free compartments being notified, we have about 26 of them, many more lined up. I think, again, the roadmap for opening up trade export will be a good initiative, and we look forward to your cooperation. So thank you, Vicky, for giving me this opportunity. And now, big brother, I think Manoj will take over talking about agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving your words of wisdom and telling us about dairy sector in particular and livestock in general. One little point that I want to bring about, please correct me if I'm off the mark. Milk production in India 22-23, the latest figure that I remember, was 230 million tons. Is that right? Guess who is the second one in the queue? It's US at 103, 103, and we are at 230, 230. Wait. 1951, we were at 17, 17, and US was at 53, 3 times more. And today we are double, more than double of US, all done by smallholders. Average herd size is less than 4. Average herd size less than 4, and 70% of employment in the dairy sector is women. This is the wonder done by smallholders and women in particular, the challenge and the opportunity for the industry captains here. Of 230 million tons of milk, we are still processing only 20% of it. There is a huge opportunity for all of you as industry captains to pasteurize it, homogenize it, make Gouda cheese and mozzarella cheese and export it to the Gulf, wherever you want to. That's what Madam was indicating. The beauty of this livestock sector growing at 8%, 7% is there is no MSP. And now I would like to invite the king of MSP. The cereals, wheat and rice are growing at 2% per annum. So Mr. Manoj Ahuja, who has to take care of our food security, basic staples, and give MSP and income to the farmers, what is his vision? Where is he going to take India in the Amrit Kal towards Viksit Bharat? Thank you very much.
Dr. Gulati, the chair, my colleague, Alka, Mr. Rajiv Chawla, again a retired colleague of ours who's the Chief Knowledge Officer for the Agriculture Department, distinguished guests on the dais, captains of the industry and esteemed guests who are gathered here A very good afternoon to all of you and a very warm welcome. And I think it's a very optimistic feeling we have for the coming 2 decades when we talk about Viksit Bharat. And I think we were treated to the story of the dairy sector in India, where we were in 1950 in comparison to US and where we are. And we feel similar stories, similar constructs can play across different sectors. But before coming to what we are envisaging, what we are doing, I would just like to point out in terms of, let's say, macroeconomic terms, that India today, agriculture and allied sectors, we produce about 18% of the GDP. We are an outlier in the sense that about half the population is still dependent on agriculture. You go to China and Vietnam, you will find the population would be about 20%, 25%. Go to developed countries, it will be 1 or 2% who are who are dependent on agriculture. Second different thing in India is that in terms of small and marginal farmers, I think 86% of our farmers are small and marginal, which means they have less than 2 hectares of land. Average size is around 1 hectare, which is very small, compared to developed countries which have a larger this thing. The silver lining is what I would say, if you look at globally, in the global GVA contribution to agriculture, India's contribution has increased substantially in the last 2 decades. If you compare in 1995 to 2000, Indian GVA of the Indian agriculture sector to the global GVA, there's been a tremendous increase, which means if you look at it globally, the sector has been doing well. Having said that, challenges remain. How do we go forward? What can we do? What has been done in these years and what has been the thought behind, I'll just try and put that forward, and then we go forward, what do we envisage we can do. Our strategies in the 60s and 70s were essentially based on food security. We were importing wheat, we were importing basic cereals, and today we are in a position where we are self-sufficient except for pulses and oilseeds, some fruits and vegetables if you look across the sector, and also one of the largest net exporters. We exporting, I think 40% of the rice we were exporting in the last 2-3 years. Wheat we had started, but then due to our requirements we didn't do that. But the fact I'm saying is that's a huge opportunity there, which is emerging. We can produce more and we can become the world food basket. I just pointing it out because I think that's an area where a lot of industry participation would come in. In the last decade or so, we had, the main thing has been that our budget has almost increased 5 times, from 25,000 crores to 1,25,000 crores. And what were the main components? One was we started a direct benefit transfer to the farmers, 6,000 a year to about 10 crore farmers, which is about 100 million, right? 10 crore would be 100 million farmers. And it's a technology-enabled scheme with a push of a button. The money goes to a farmer, accounts are linked, there is an eKYC, and we are in the process of linking up land using technology to make it very easy and transparent and correct in the way we do it. And I think that's, in terms of a design, in terms of the architecture we have, that's a great leap. And I think 28th would be the next installment where almost 3 lakh crores would have been transferred to. That's a huge sum. 3 lakh crores would have been transferred to the farmers. And what we are envisaging is, with the technology inputs we can have, make it very simple for a farmer to register, enroll, and avail these benefits. Second, I think the issue, especially when you are a subsistence farmer, is an issue of risk. A risk in the sense of production. We are talking about climate changes and uncertainty. Now that translates into a lot of risk. Any volatility or uncertainty in terms of production translates into risk for a farmer. We need to cover that, so that he is able to invest, is not, suffers from shocks which can upset his budgets or affect his lending, ability to pay back and all that. And for that, a new program was launched, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. As on date, we've collected premiums of around 30,000 crores from farmers, and in terms of claims, 5 times that, nearly 1,50,000 crore has gone to the farmers. These are the areas, I think, which an architecture which needs, further scaling up, reaching the last person, and with any insurance schemes, I think where again technology will play a big role. These are all actuarial sciences. So you have to get your facts right. Who gets affected? How much does he get affected? Otherwise, the numbers don't play out well, premiums would rise. And again, I think if Rajiv Chawla would like to allude, he would point out what is being done and how that would improve. Third thing is when we have small and marginal farmers, you need to bring about economies of scale. It's not viable for a single person to start investing in everything. And therefore, this program where you have 10,000 FPOs and the recent emphasis on cooperatives. So we have these institutions or farmers collectives across the country. Can we strengthen them? Can they help the farmer in terms of, ensuring that there's a value chain, cutting down on losses, and marketing, right from inputs to marketing. There's a whole arena which needs, and there's a lot of scope to cut down losses, increase value, and thereby increasing returns for the farmer. And again, there's a role, a big role for the private sector here in terms of value addition and other things. Similarly, to make marketing easy, to bring information to the farmer, we had this electronic mandis, ENAM. Now what we are trying to do is make it even more like we have the public digital infrastructure, bring in that kind of a component in markets along with ONDC, so that different players in the ecosystem can just plug in because it's of a certain standard, of a certain way. And therefore, what do we need for a market? We need ease for a farmer to sell and a heavy ecosystem of not only buyers, but all the stakeholders and the players who form the ecosystem, be it logistics, be it financiers, be it people who can offer assaying services, essentially to ensure that if somebody purchases something from somewhere, then the entire system is working. So I think something like a UPI in financial system, something like a standardized kind of a, let's say, a building block on which people can come in. Obviously, state laws and state policies should enable, but once they see it working, it should improve. It should improve price discovery. It'll improve, again, helping a farmer to, increase his returns. Another scheme which was launched was the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, similar to the animal husbandry sector. And I think nearly projects worth of 60,000 crores in just 3 or 4 years have been sanctioned. And that's because there is a lot of potential, again, across the value chain to create value, one, by lessening the losses which are happening, and second, just by adding services so that value is increased, and thereby the farmer would benefit, and everybody who's participating in that would be able to benefit in that. Some 1 or 2 initiatives which we had taken, and we've had 1 or 2 discussions on that. In horticulture, we feel there's a huge potential for exports. I mean, we are one of the largest producers of banana, grapes, we are a big player. We have schemes where we've actually bid out such clusters, where private firms are bidding, and 6 or 7 clusters we have actually bid out. Banana is one, grapes is one, where then the private sector takes the initiative, they bring in some investment, the rest the government provides, but we hope end-to-end value chain, right, in terms of providing extension, good agriculture practices to the farmer, linkage to the port or the airport, wherever the point of, let's say, trade is, then the whole infrastructure comes up. Similarly, in our own schemes, we feel to the entire spectrum, right from providing inputs to R&D, to marketing, there's a huge role for the private sector. In fact, the fact that there are issues with the agriculture sector, if you look at it from the other side, these are all opportunities to work upon. Wherever we are using value, wherever the farmer's not getting proper returns, wherever there is damage, wherever there is loss. I think these are all opportunities for us to work together and bring in returns. 2 or 3 things I thought they'll be important to mention in terms of we feel, and I think Professor Gulati himself points out that the returns of R&D are very high in this sector. 1 rupee investment along in this and irrigation give you the highest returns. Our focus in ICAR has now been on a lot on developing climate resilient seeds. One example I can give you in the case of wheat, I think 2 years back we had faced problems because of high temperatures in the month of March when the seeds mature, when the grains mature and all, milking stage and all that, and it affects that. And about 70% of the seeds this year in Punjab and Haryana are actually heat-resistant seeds. So the change in focus in terms of where do we do research has also now shifted towards bringing in seeds and varieties which are climate resilient, which are drought resilient, which are flood resilient, or which can stand high temperatures and things like that. That's one big change which has happened, and focus is happening on that. Second is an area is about sustainability. While we went in for a very intensive kind of a green revolution, it's very interesting to note that when Mr. M.S. Swaminathan, who was conferred the Bharat Ratna, when he was talking about it in 1968, he did mention that what we are doing would lead to, let's say, monocropping, or maybe an excessive use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and depletion of natural resources like water and all. And that's one of our focus areas. How do we bring about whether you call it an evergreen revolution, that we maintain our production standards, productivity, yet how do we bring in sustainability? And how markets can also play a role in it, whether it could be voluntary carbon markets, or whether it could be payment of ecosystem services. But I'm saying that's the new direction we are thinking in. How can we incentivize farmers so that they can be both sustainable and ensure this kind of productivity? And the other aspect which I would like to just highlight to you is about technology. I find to make public goods in terms of information, whether it is about basic information, what is being produced where, or whether it's information, let's say through national knowledge systems on localized weather, localized temperature, localized remote sensing information, that should be available to the large number of startups or private companies which are coming in, because a lot of companies are now going into direct extension, direct advisories. So I think we, through the digital agriculture mission, which Mr. Rajiv Chawla will also point out, these would all enable. These will be like, so that private companies or firms or agri startups or any entity would not have to invest in these public goods. So national knowledge platforms for, let's say, localized, we are setting up rain gauges, weather gauges across the country, that information, remote sensing information, temperature information, soil information to a granular level. All these we are trying to kind of standardize and bringing it on a, let's say, a national knowledge platform kind of a thing, and we'll make it available so that you don't have to invest in it, but then you use it, whether you are carrying out marketing, or you're carrying out advisories, or you're carrying out extension to farmers. And the second part again would be the regulatory part. How can we encourage the private sector, invest more in R&D, come up with more and more seeds and other practices? I think that's another area where we are open to work with the private sector. We've had a number of meetings and we want to take it forward. So broadly, I think the intention of me putting it in front of you was some of the steps we have taken and why that has been done. And secondly, what are the issues in the future, including issues like changing consumption pattern. I mean, cereals were, I think, 22%. What that shows, the recent survey in 11-12, and it's come down to around 5%. That's quite low. So therefore, this consumption is going to go in other areas. And then the learnings we have from other sectors. Can we, like we have in the milk and all that, can we develop similar kind of structures with FPOs, cooperatives, value chains for, let's say, fruits and vegetables? Our whole opportunities which lie in the export sector. I think we have tremendous. We have different agroclimatic zones. We have technology. We have very vibrant players in the private sector, in the public sector, and then our farmers. I think their agency in terms of understanding and in terms of responding to needs is also very different from, let's say, 30 years back, when we depended on a very top-down kind of an extension system. Now I think his agency has increased. He learns much faster. He responds much faster and understands much faster. I think with that we have a good, we have the ingredients of a much higher rate of growth in the agriculture sector. And I think it's for us, all of us, to get together and work on it collectively to actually ensure that it happens. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to put my thoughts before you.
Thank you very much, Manojji. 2 points that he highlighted I would like to spell out, and that will set the stage for our panel. One, he said, with the press of a button, PM Kisan can be distributed. And with this new installment paid, it will be about 3 lakh crores. That's a huge amount. But the beauty of it is there is no leakage in the system. That is the beauty of digital infrastructure. And if we can develop that type of digital infrastructure where our farmers, FPOs, can put their commodities for sale at an all India level, the open network for digital commerce, if they can take advantage of that and have access to all India market, that would be the wonder I am looking forward to in Viksit Bharat, so that our farmer is not having access to just the localized market or heart. They have to go much beyond that. So a lot of work will have to be done by FPOs and others. Second thing, it talked about risk factor and how to take care of that risk. That will set the stage for my second speaker. But let me start with the first speaker, Mr. Rajiv Chawla, who is the Chief Knowledge Officer and Advisor, Digital Agriculture. I'm told by the Secretary General here and organizers, we don't have more than 3, 4, 5 minutes each. I think the Secretary wanted to give. Yeah, he will listen. Great. I will keep standing here. You please start because
Thank you. I'll just limit my talk to how can the digital infrastructure, digital technologies help in agriculture, and what is the ministry under leadership of Mr. Manoj Ahuja doing. We are developing a system called AgriStack. This is like Aadhaar in the farming sector. There are some differences but large similarities. Aadhaar only gives you demographic details. In case of AgriStack, it would give you very important but basic details about farmers. Are you a farmer? If yes, what are your lands? Where are those lands located? That means the geo coordinates. And of course, what is the crop grown on each of that land? Now, these 3 basic information, are you a owner of the land? Where are your lands? How much land? What is the crop grown? Is what is AgriStack. So you can see it is something similar to AgriStack, Aadhaar. The second thing is that once this data comes into the AgriStack, it would be exposed through UFSI. The UFSI, Unified Farmer Service Interface, is akin to UPI. You have standard definitions, and anybody, any private player, government players can use this data, of course, after the consent of the farmer. So there is a consent manager. You have heard of account aggregator. So there is a AgriStack consent manager where every time anybody requires a data, the consent of the farmer will have to be taken in advance. The AgriStack would consist of 3 core registries. The first registry is a farmer registry, which will have all the farmers into this system, dynamically linked to the land records of the state government. It would not only have land-owning farmers, it will have landless farmers. It will also have farmers who are also owning milking animals, in due course, of course. The second database would be the database of the spatial data of the land. That means where a particular parcel is located. And the third would be the crop data, where about 6 lakh crop surveyors would go across 6.5 to 7 lakh villages every season to pick up the crop on the plot along with the photograph and the data like sowing date, the expected harvest date, the source of irrigation, and some other details. This is a completely federated system. The technology and the standards are being given by Government of India, but these 3 foundational registries, of course there are many other supporting registries like seed registry, crop registry, fertilizer sector, I will not talk about it, would be built by the state government as per the standards given by Government of India. The there would be no data or minimal data in central core. That means the state government's supremacy on the data and the farming sector would continue. For that purpose, there is a MOU between every state and Government of India saying what can Government of India do, what it cannot do more specifically, and what the states can do. The principles of minimalism, universalism and pluralism, that means all three would be there. The government would only create these foundational registries, but the use cases would come from the private sector. They would be able to build on this basic Aadhaar type of infrastructure, agri-stack. They can connect to it, take the consent of the farmer, and then use this data. About 14 states have already done MOU with the central government. The huge progress has taken place. The crop survey, digital crop survey to create crop registries is being carried out in 15 states, which is a large progress. We have 80 crore parcels in the country, and about 40 crore parcels are now being covered under crop survey. You can see the photograph of each crop, you can see the farmer's name. About 4.5 lakh maps of the villages have been digitized and georeferenced. That means you can actually locate the lat long of each property, where it stands. And finally, the farmer registry has been created in 5 districts, in 5 states, and it is expected that in coming 1 year, we would have a complete farmer registry available across the country.
Thank you very much. Self-regulation is the best. If you recall in the morning, our Honorable Finance Minister mentioned that there would be major reforms in the first 100 days of the new government if they come to power. Land, labor, capital, but she said, I dare to say that digital infrastructure will be one of the factors of production. So we are already moving far ahead in digital infrastructure for agriculture. Great to hear that. May I invite Ms. Aparna Bijapurkar, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very bold agenda that's laid out ahead of us. I think one of crop diversification, value addition, natural resource management. And I think one of the big levers certainly will be digital, as Chawla ji mentioned. But the second lever that will be critical, and Secretary Agriculture alluded to it, is the ability to be able to take on risk and the need for a very different kind of risk capital to be able to support farmers and value chain players. And I want to give you just a few examples of where that can come in. And of course, we talk about production risk a lot, and we have insurance, and I think that will move to index-based insurance perhaps in its next evolution. But there is more risk across the value chain that needs to be solved for. Just an example, we were working with a state in North India with a largely rice wheat cycle, MSP-based procurement, looking at crop diversification as the big agenda. And one of the dominant commodities that were viable was agroforestry, and that offers actually 1.5x the NPV of that rice wheat cycle. But farmers face 2 big challenges. The first is that cash flows in agroforestry come at the end of 5 or 6 years versus an annual cash flow cycle. And the second, in a lot of timber-based agroforestry, is a 5 or 6 year pricing volatility cycle. And to be able to actually convince farmers to make that shift, being able to say you will earn more is not sufficient. You actually need to take into account that risk of the lack of annual cash flow and the price volatility, and put in place some kind of risk stabilization mechanism for those farmers. A second example is we were working with agri-entrepreneurs, and these are not established traders, they're farmers, first-generation entrepreneurs, many of whom are actually seeing the benefits of what AIF has to offer in terms of lower capital costs to make investments in very basic infrastructure, sorting, grading, cleaning, primary processing. And many of them now have ag techs coming to them and saying, hey, set up a collection center, and we will come and buy from you. But the biggest challenge that many of them face is to set up a collection center, you need to take, 4 or 5 kinds of risk. There is aggregation risk. You have to aggregate from farmers and say, you will get your money, I take that risk. There is quality risk, that quality may or may not be acceptable to buyers. There is payment risk. Money will come anywhere from 7 to 30 days later. Logistics risk, rejection risk, you name it, right? All of that risk. And most of these entrepreneurs don't have the kind of capital float to be able to make that first step. So can we put in place some kind of, facility which maybe says the first 10 trades you make, we will backstop your losses, allow you to learn, put in place some grant-based, capability build on top of that, right? So that's another example. And like this, I mean, there are many. I think we talk about credit guarantees and the ability to unlock working capital for new pools of farmers, new to credit. We have some facilities like this, but are they sufficient? For example, ma'am talks about fisheries and the opportunity there. What more can we do? And the beauty of a lot of this risk capital is, unlike just maybe, debt or grant-based capital, it gives you 5 to 7x the leverage. So the money that, these pools can put in really can go much further. So I think as we, look at the future and the agenda, I would, really encourage if we can bring these pools of capital together to be able to make this possible.
Great, thank you very much. You mentioned about agri-entrepreneurs. I think Bhaskar is sitting here, who has been developing, I think, with a mission of 1 lakh agri-entrepreneurs. He has reached only 20,000 or so for the last 5. Will they have access to the type of insurance products, particularly on the price front? And how to get access to finance to organize that would be a major challenge. But if you can do that, crop insurance and others are taken care of, but price insurance path is a major challenge. And if we can succeed in that, we will be setting up a new standard. Okay, from digital to risk to driving the tractors and harvest combines, but also for the smallholder, what is there? So may I invite Hemant Sikka ji, Co-Chair, FICCI National Agriculture Committee and President, Farm Equipment, Mahindra and Mahindra. Mahindra controls 40% of the share in tractor market?
Yeah, upwards of 40, yeah.
So think about the small farmer like me also, how to use that 6 lakh tractor.
So you brought a very good point, Professor Gulati, that India in terms of tractor is the largest tractor market in the world in terms of number of units sold. And it makes me very proud that I represent that industry, because we are 3 times the size of the US tractor industry in terms of number of tractors sold, and 2.5 times the size of China industry. So we are a very large industry, but in terms of productivity, I think we still lag. Just to give you one data point, that if you take rice, yield per hectare, in India we produce 3.9 ton per hectare of rice, whereas in China, which is such a small tractor industry, they are still able to produce at the rate of 6.9 tons per hectare. And that is because even though we sell many tractors, our HP per hectare is still very small. So against a government targeted HP per hectare of 4, currently in India we still have, and this includes all HP, not only tractor, includes all pumps and everything, we are at 2.9 HP per hectare. So as we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047, I think there is a lot of work which has been done, but there is tremendous work which still needs to be done. Mechanization doesn't only improve productivity or yield per hectare, but it also reduces drudgery, which is so difficult, and also helps in faster crop rotation. Again, taking the example of rice, most of the rice sown in India is done manually. Just imagine standing in the field with knee-deep water all your day and bending forwards and working in the field. It's so difficult farm labor. And we have tried in our own way to bring in rice transplanters. Currently, we have about 40% market share even in that area. But still, we are minuscule. As an industry, we sell close to 3,000 rice transplanters in a year. China sells 100,000 rice transplanters every year. So just imagine the kind of work that still needs to be done by the industry as we progress towards 2047 and aim to make farming a desirable occupation, a very productive, remunerative occupation, and also which is an occupation which is very easy to do and very aspirational. We still have a long way to go.
You didn't give my answer to my question. As a smallholder,
okay,
can I afford a harvest combine?
Yes. So again, Professor Gulati, very good question, because and I had.
Why can't we have Uberization of the farm machinery?
Very nice, very nice.
The services are perfectly divisible, not the machinery.
Yeah. So two answers to this. One is that unlike most of the other global industry which works on very large farms and very high HP rating, In India, we have smaller land holdings and also very small HP ratings. So in India, we have a very large segment of tractors which are below 20 HP. So for a small farmer, first of all, the product is available at a very, very low entry point. The second point, as you rightly said, is on rental application. Can the Uberization of the industry happen? This is happening. Actually, you know, Professor Gulati, every farmer in India is actually also a rental entrepreneur, because while he is not using his tractor is lent to his friends, his family, neighbors, everywhere.
Informal to formal, create a digital platform.
Yes, absolutely, and that is what is happening. We are trying to create a digital platform on it, what we call the Krishi app. This is done internally by Mahindra. Currently, we have thousands of rental entrepreneurs who have registered on it. These entrepreneurs are as large as having 15 to 20 tractors, and they are not themselves into agriculture, but they are lending it out. So this, what Professor Gulati is asking, is actually happening. It is happening at a very fast pace. There are many players in this other than Mahindra who are very actively pursuing this. Our app is, we are getting like lakhs of downloads every quarter that we are monitoring, and many of the rental entrepreneurs are coming in, and what they can use this app for, if I have 30 seconds of your time, you can actually geofence all your 15-20 tractors on this app, so you know where your tractor is. You can also measure the diesel consumed per hectare and diesel consumed per hour. So you can actually very well, sitting at your home with your smartphone, manage all your 15-20 tractors and see how well they are doing, and make an earning and make a khata book out of it. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. From farm machinery, we come to the scarcest factor in agriculture. It's not going to be land, it's going to be water. The constraining factor in Indian agriculture is going to be water, and therefore how to get the most out of every drop of water. I think Jaiswalji is going to give us some words of wisdom. Managing Director, Rivulis.
Thank you, Professor Gulati. And Secretary Agriculture in his
address. A little louder so that...
Secretary Agriculture in his address touched upon the point of the climate resilient, and in my view, the biggest challenge which India is going to face is from the climate change in agriculture. And I just give you some data point. As of now, in India, the 36% of the food grain production comes from the food grain or fodder both, comes from the rain-fed, and 64% comes from the assured irrigation. India is around 143 million hectares of the agriculture is done on the land. Out of that, almost 50% is irrigated and 50% is a rain-fed. So 70 million hectares of the land is producing 36% of the food grain, and the balance 70 million hectares is producing 64% of the food grain and fodder. So, and the second challenge which is coming with the climate change is the number of rainy days are getting squeezed. The rainfall is same, more or less, but that means the number of dry days are getting increased and increased. So you need to have an assured irrigation in those dry days. And unfortunately or fortunately, in India, around 85% of the fresh water consumed is in agriculture. And for every time we keep comparing ourselves with China. China produces almost 500 million tons or something more than that, the food grains, with 60, almost 40% lesser water consumed. China consumed almost 389 or 390 BCM water to produce 500 million tons of the food grains. India consumes reverse of that. We consume almost 540 billion cube of the water and produce 313 million tons of the food grains. So water productivity is challenging. And the assured water will lead to lesser risk, more production, and at the same time, for the environmental point of view, if we start using those drip irrigation systems, or if we come to the micro irrigation and start using micro irrigation for irrigation purposes, we will be consuming that much of lesser chemical fertilizers. If you use fertigation as a technique, then your nutrition use, I'm not talking about the water use efficiency, I'm talking about the nutrition use efficiency. it goes beyond 90%, 95%. While you are using broadcasting method of application of the fertilizers, your nutrition use efficiency is around 50-55%. And look at the amount of money government of India is spending in subsidizing the fertilizers. And out of that, only urea, if you look, last year it crosses around more than 2 lakh crores. This year in budget or the vote of account, it's around 164 lakh crores has been put aside for only for the fertilizer subsidy. Imagine that if that is reduced and that amount of money can be utilized somewhere in a better fashion for the better infrastructure creation. So my point is, if we are able to do the assured irrigation to the farmers, production will go up, productivity will go up, environmental is safe, lesser chemical fertilizers, lesser subsidies, better food quality, and at the same time more energy savings, more labor savings, lesser use of chemicals for the weed controls, because you are irrigating the crop, you are not irrigating the soil or irrigating the field. So the weed crop competition will be lesser. So if we are able to do that, I am sure that in the Viksit Bharat we'll be able to do a lot of justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I do need to underline some of the things that Mr. Jaiswal said, because this is critical. 23-24 revised estimate 1,88,000 crores was on fertilizer subsidy. Urea is almost 90% subsidized in this country, lowest in the world price. Granular urea, when you throw in the field, the plant consumes only 35% of it. Nutrient use efficiency is only 35%. Rest it is going in the environment as nitrous oxide, which is 273 times the carbon equivalence. Or it is going in groundwater, increasing the nitrate content and making groundwater non-potable. So what we are doing is, we are subsidizing for creating poison in the environment. Now, if you do soluble fertilizers, which are not subsidized, and you put through fertigation, the nutrient use efficiency goes up from 35 to 90%, and hardly any greenhouse gas emissions. So it's a win-win situation. It doesn't need a rocket science to understand what should be subsidized and what should not be. Manojji, you need to talk to your counterpart in the fertilizer ministry. Okay, the most potent force in agriculture, to give you what Manojji already said, 5 to 10 times the returns of every rupee invested is agri R&D, and the seed is the beginning of the story. So may I request Ravindra K. Agrawal ji, promoter chairman, Kisan Craft, to speak on this.
Thank you, sir. I'll begin with agriculture is the most regulated field in India. And for Viksit agriculture, this sector needs to be liberalized. There is enough history that anytime you liberalize the sector, the growth goes up. You want higher income for the farmers, you want more productivity, please liberalize the sector. My specific suggestions are, at the moment, to educate the farmers, we need model farms. And it should be done by businesses who can showcase new technologies, because farmers will learn by seeing is believing. They will not learn from any number of education campaigns. For that, policy changes are required. One is that you have to allow businesses to engage in farming, even if only for model farms. Ceiling Act will have to be modified, even if you retain the 54-acre limit, remove the subclauses of various categories of land, and then relax regulation by willing farmers, not coercion, not acquisition, that they should be able to sell agricultural land to anybody so that new people can come in and set up new farms. And then next is platforms. I mean, I was very encouraged by both secretaries and Mr. Chawla's work on various data access and platforms. But I really need, as I talked to Mr. Chawla as well, is that we need live data on soil, on disease and harvest, because you can save a lot of glut or shortage of the produce. And we from industry will be just leaping on any data you can make available. I have some ideas which Mr. Chawla has kindly agreed to talk to about how we can increase the availability of data, granularity of data, and reduce the latency. So the farmer can decide correctly on crops, sowing, spray, harvesting. Next platform, which I would really like to push for, is measure greenhouse gases, monetize carbon credits by sustainable farming ideas. For example, DSR, which will solve a lot of problems. And we are probably one of the leaders in the world, or my company, in DSR rice development. For R&D, my specific issues are for seed. We have been doing a lot of work in seed, but to prioritize and promote seed, we only face resistance. For example, we require state-wise MLT to introduce a new seed, rather than the scientific basis of agroclimatic zone-based MLTs. Some of it is rooted on state subject versus concurrent subject, and God knows if in my lifetime it'll change from state subject to concurrent subject. Remove NBL approval and fees requirement. The Parliament Act already exempts food crop, but NBA still asserts their power over us. And we can't do anything without NBA approval, even for food crops, which is contrary to the Parliament Act. Land ownership by seed R&D company is really required. Right now it is not allowed. Agricultural lands cannot be owned by businesses, and we need stability for our R&D operations. So we need to be able to buy agricultural land. And single window licensing to enable us to sell new seeds across the country. Right now our farmers use, like for example, it's a Suvarna rice, 30 years old. They can't even buy new rice seeds, even though it's available. It's easier for me to export new seeds than to sell in my own country. And then incentivize R&D and indigenization by tax incentive, of which there are none, PLI for agriculture sector, of which there is nothing. So this is my request. For water conservation, the thing I would like to raise is lining of canals. And the last thing would be that for subsidy, please eliminate subsidy. Go to DBT and resolve many of the inverted duty structures. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, highlighting the regulatory issues and what needs to be done. All these who have spoken so far is basically to create an ecosystem to benefit the farmer and overall agriculture in the economy. The title of this session is Farmer First, and here is the farmer who is going to speak at the last, but first. You are at the center of all this ecosystem. So how are you going to benefit? Please. Yogesh Thorat, Managing Director, Maharashtra Farmers Producers Company.
To mitigate the risk associated with small and marginal farmers, we require economies of scale through farmer producer organizations. Right now, Government of India is speaking about 10,000 farmer producer organizations, and approximately by 2026, there will be 75 lakh farmers in the loop of these 10,000 FPOs. But by 2047, we may require more than 1 lakh farmer producer organization, either registered under companies or under cooperatives. Therefore, to strengthen farmer producer organization should be the priority of the policymakers, industry players, and for that purpose, we need to look forward for the public-private partnership in value chains. Earlier, we spoke about even FICCI had taken initiatives for PPP in infrastructure development. But if we are looking for strengthening agri-value chains, this is new era of farmer enterprises, agri startups, and therefore if industry is supporting through joint ventures, through new institutional arrangements, then investment will come into the sector. Otherwise, creation of agri-infrastructure is not the role of the farmers. Farmers can collect, aggregate their commodity. Honorable Finance Minister spoke about warehousing is one of the key area in upcoming years. Even few days back, Honorable Prime Minister launched world's largest food storage program. So this infrastructure will be availed by the farmers, but again, next question is how to monetize these commodities. So monetization of agriculture commodities to mitigate the risk associated with again markets, value chain development through processing, that will be highly required. And for that purpose, as everybody spoke about digital infrastructure, we need strong digital infrastructure for the agriculture sector. So digital infrastructure for mapping the credit, mapping the insurance, and even right now procurement of the commodities. We, Maha Farmers Producer Company Limited, since last 3.5 years, handled around 7 lakh metric ton of commodities under MSP program and built the network of 2 lakh plus farmers of pulses. But right now farmers are saying that we need MSP plus operations. We don't want MSP right now. In case of the pulses, already market prices are more than the MSP. So in that case, what kind of price assurance government is planning? Because at one end we are talking about huge storage. Again, that is going to create another problem for the value chain operations. So strengthening of the farmer producer organization is need of the hour, and I think by 2047 India or Viksit Bharat with strong network of the FPOs will reduce the risk associated with agriculture market through future trading platforms, through AI driven agriculture and other digital initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to summarize what they have said, only one comment. From beej to bazaar, from the seed to the market, we need to integrate. Already Sikha Sahab told us our productivity levels are much lower than China. By the way, China has a smaller holding size than ours. Their arable area is less than ours, but their production is more than double of ours. So don't tell me it can't be done by the smallholders. It can be done if the other ecosystem is catered to that. My own feeling is we have our policy environment, because of past legacy, is more towards production, and land productivity, not water productivity. Productivity has to go up, no doubt about that, and that's the right way. But access to lucrative markets, I think this is where we are lacking. At the drop of a hat, because as consumers we shout, oh, price badh gaya, put the export controls, then we deny the farmer to get what the markets could have offered. If you don't let them get that price, then they will ask for higher and higher MSP. How many crops you can have MSP? 23 crops under MSP are only 28%, less than 28% of the value of agriculture. And as Madam said, their sector is flying without MSP. So we need to get access to markets. So some balancing in the policy has to be done on equal platform. If we can do that, then we can increase the farmer's income not by 3.5%, but by at least 5%, 6%, if not 10%. If we can do that, we will do great justice to our farming community and to the revving up of engines of industry, because that's from where the demand, mass demand for manufactured products will come. Don't forget about that. With that, may I request to give a big applause to our panelists, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, we now immediately run into the next session. While we have the group photo and we set the stage, we'll just get into the next session. So please remain seated. We start with the next session on financially inclusive and empowered. Everybody please keep seated. We just immediately start with the next session, after which we will break for the lunch. So we heard Honorable Finance Minister speak about the digital public infrastructure being the next factor of production early morning today. And to discuss more on this DPI and the avenues and the opportunities that this DPI will create, this particular session will delve into all those possibilities. And while we set the stage, I would like to introduce to you the panel, which will be, for this particular session. And the moment, we just give a couple of moments to just set the stage. नहीं लाना। So we begin the session. Let me call on stage, invite on stage Mr. Adil Shetty, co-chair of FICCI FinTech Committee and co-founder and CEO Bank Bazaar. We also have with us Mr. Sunil Mehta, Chief Executive of Indian Banks Association, Mr. Ashish Garg, Managing Director and Partner, BCG, Mr. M.N. Srinivasu, Co-Chair, FICCI FinTech Committee and Director and Co-Founder of BillDesk, and Mr. Prashant Tripathi, Co-Chair, FICCI Insurance Committee and MD and CEO, Max Life Insurance. I would now like to hand over to Mr. Adil Shetty to moderate the session. Take the proceeding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll try to keep this fast and pacey, given that we're between you and lunch. So this panel is on financial inclusion and empowerment. Obviously, this topic's been in the news today. Yesterday, the FM met with startups and fintechs and spoke about how this industry is going to be a key driver of the digital economy in India. We have with us Mr. Sunil Mehta. He's the Chief Executive of the Premier Banking Association in India, the IBA. I know you have some time constraints, Mr. Mehta, so I'll call you in first. So India's had a lot of success with digital payment. And you've led a bank, you've seen the success the banks and the fintechs have had. How do we now convert this success from digital payments to other parts of banking? What learning do we take into scaling this in credit and other areas?
I think this digital payment infrastructure that has been created, it can definitely be leveraged And now the stage has come when the banking industry need to move from just payments to the delivery of credit products through the digital channels. So to begin with, maybe for agriculture, as you must have all heard, the secretaries have told and the ecosystem has told that now the state governments have started digitizing their land records. Agriculture stack is being constructed, so that agriculture stack can provide a lot of leverage in providing a financing when you have a data on land record, when you have a data on cropping pattern, when you have the data on credit linkages, then end-to-end processing of the agriculture loans and their digital delivery is possible. And the CSCs, which are located in each and every panchayat, and that can be leveraged to provide that delivery to the farmers. Similarly, this structure can be done for the other products, for MSMEs. So it's a time where the digital infrastructure that has been created in the country can be utilized by the entire ecosystem for delivery of the products and services for meeting the end customers in lending space. And I think the time has come for the banking system to move in this direction.
Great. Now, the Indian banks have been thought leaders, and now, with great access also comes bigger risk. And fraud is something everyone's talking about, saying fraud has become almost an industry and the banking system needs to stay ahead. What can we do and what can digital public infra do to help manage this menace of fraud in payments?
So fraud, of course, is fraud and cybersecurity are the two much talked about and the major security threats into the payment space as well as into the digital space. And the best and the possible way is prevention. And the prevention can happen with the awareness. So what is most important is all the stakeholders should come together the way RBI has already come out with the digital ke aap samajhdar baniye, digitally aap how to adopt the digital do's and don'ts. So there is a first important thing is creating the awareness, and all the stakeholders, including banking system, the digital stack can be used for conveying the awareness. We have already created some of the security measures. I think India, we have got a OTP system which in many of the Western countries is not there. Their chip embedded into the cards. So some of the security systems have already been in place, but this will keep on updating because always fraudsters will find a loophole in somewhere in the system and they will like to plug in. So the system need to update with the technologies, update in keeping the customer more aware and communicating to them. So that is the way forward for prevention of the frauds into the cyberspace and into the digital space.
Great. One last question and then I'll open it up to the panel. Now, we have banks, we have fintechs, and we see the entire industry talking about the need to collaborate. Just talk to us how the IBA is thinking about this. You obviously have a big event with FICCI, FIBAC. You offer the Innovation Awards. Talk to us about how banks and fintechs can work with each other.
So you all are pretty well aware that banking sector is going for a major transformation from the earlier physical model to a digital and virtual banking. And now most of the services are available online. With the adoption of internet banking, with the adoption of mobile banking applications, and with the adoption of digital transactions and UPI, I think the digital thing is already moving very fast. And this digital is not possible without the support of the fintechs. So fintechs have played a very key role because they are agile, they are innovative, and they have flexibilities. So there is a time when the banking system need to collaborate with the fintech sector. Now fintech sector is very good in technology, but they need some dose of regulation, and for that, if they tie up with the banking system, in which the RBI regulator has already conveyed, then of course they come within the regulatory ambit, and it can create a lot of corporate governance, it can create a value addition, whereas providing the agility and the innovative ability of the fintech. So fintech's collaboration with the banking system is now open. Our regulator is also working on it. They have created some sandbox approach for adoption of the fintechs and the technology players into the banking space. There is a RBI Innovation Hub which encourages the innovations into the banking technology space. Then the many banks have already started collaborating with a large number of fintechs on a product-specific basis, on a operational basis. So this is a time for collaboration between a banking sector and the fintechs, because when the journey is from phygital to virtual, the collaborations of fintech will become the need of the hour for the banking sector.
That's great for all the fintechs to hear. Thank you, Mr. Mehta. So Ashish, I'm going to pull you in now. I know BCG is passionate about this concept of partnership. You know, at Bank Bazaar, I can attest, organically partnerships are built between many large banks, many fintechs. But structurally, at the India level, what can we do to institutionalize this partnership between banks and fintechs?
Yeah, look, I think there is no way out for both the sides of the equation, banks and fintechs, to collaborate. I think it will be beneficial for the consumer at the end of the day. I think there are a few things which banks need to do, few things which the fintechs need to do, and I think few things which the policy and the regulators can do. Let me start from the easiest one, which the regulators can do probably. I think just simply putting together a risk and compliance accreditation for fintechs actually will be very helpful for banks to onboard. One of the things we find challenging today is banks take a lot of time to onboard the fintechs for right reasons, because they need to be very sure of who they are dealing with, what is really going to happen with their own customers. So, for example, if we have, I would not say go all the way to say regulate the fintechs, but if there is some kind of a mechanism where we can say these are the fintechs who pass the threshold, I feel that kind of collaboration becomes easier. I think both the parties need to understand that they operate in a very different kind of mindset and space. The timelines per se, the kind of risks they are writing, the risk policies you are dealing with. It's not just about digital and the data flowing seamlessly. In many situations, we have just found that the crux, the risk, and how much risk you are willing to take. It's not about how much first loss guarantees I'm giving you. It's just about the kind of risk you are writing becomes a big problem. So I think we also need to give time to ourselves. I think these are long-term partnerships. We need to just stay put. Sometimes I feel there is an expectation that a partnership happens today and suddenly huge amounts of money and transactions will happen, which leads to frustration on both sides. I think, as Mr. Mehta said, there is openness, there is willingness, there are examples of how it has happened. I feel we're on the right track. We should just breathe a little bit and let these things kind of come together. So I would point three things. One, if there can be some kind of accreditation which allows easier onboarding, if we can have a lot more discussion around risk and policies. Sometimes small little accounting things can also create a lot of challenges. And third is, I think there's a lot of trust that needs to be built between the two partners.
Great. Prashant, I'm going to call you in now. Finance Minister this morning spoke about digital public infra and how India is ahead in digital public infra. Now, very interestingly, insurance is using a lot of digital public infra. Talk to us about it.
That's correct. And I think the journey started a few years ago, and this is work in progress. So have we completely mastered the usage of public infra, digital public infra? The answer is no, but there are a few data points. If you were to look at the entire domain of life insurers, most of the policies which are being written are now digital. So, for example, in our company, we have over 99.5% policies coming digitally to us, and the entire KYC is digital, with an exception to really remote areas. The entire KYC is completely digital. Payments, of course, all of us know that that's gone through digitization. However, there's a lot more work that needs to happen post the onboarding has taken place. There is, of course, possibility to use the public infrastructure in penetration, reaching out to more number of people, distribution. Those are areas where I think the industry needs to continuously work and drive the usage of insurance in India. And of course, the industry is working with a big plan, Adil, as you know, like the theme, the 2047. insurance industry has a theme of running insurance for all by 2047. And I think as we traverse the journey, there'll be more and more usage as we go along.
True, and you know what was fascinating in what you were telling me earlier is digital public infra Gen 2, like account aggregator, is something the insurance industry is consuming because you need that data for better underwriting, right? So Vasu, let me come to you. Now you've been one of the earliest entrepreneurs in this industry. You've seen, you know, various stages. What do you think is the next stage of digital public infra? We've clearly done a world-class job in payments. What should we think about next when it comes to digital public infra?
No, you're right about the fact that we've done a great job in payments India as a country. I think, but it's far from being done. I still think there is a long way to go there. The basic foundation has been laid, and I look at it this way. To anything that you do in terms of commerce, the end game is to conclude a transaction, right? Payment is the backbone to any economic activity, and anything that you want to do, whether it any other form of tech or any other form of commerce on top of it, payments is the core to the backbone. What we have achieved, if I were to call this as DPI 1.0, what we have achieved is to lay the basic process, and UPI is the most visible form of the product form. What I think we will begin to see is, and in some ways, you already get a kind of a sneak view of it, which is the credit on UPI kind of a thing. Leveraging the basic payments infrastructure in ways that the world has not done, using those products to get to the goal of, let's say, financial inclusion, what we will see. Let me tell you what I think we've achieved as a country in terms of the first phase of the payments and the DPI side. We basically laid a distribution infrastructure, right? Every citizen can now easily access it, a payment product. Riding on the payment product, virtually anything else can be done, whether it is selling of insurance or selling or making any other product available to them. The next phase here is actually about what Mr. Mehta referred to in some format, will be educating India and Indians about what DPI can do and how leverage can be done. So while you're not asked, I'll quickly pick up on that from the connected dots to what Ashish said. This next phase of DPI will essentially center around how new age technology players and new players or in this context of fintech and similar in other verticals, other new players are able to leverage incumbent strengths. In the case of fintech, we think of it as banking and existing DPI infrastructure to create the new product layers on top, which will further accelerate, let's say, inclusion and digitization.
Yeah, you made a great point, right? That fintechs can work with the banks who are very, very strong in compliance and then scale up using DPI. I'm going to ask you and Ashish two pointed questions. Is there opportunity for digital public infra in terms of fraud prevention and in terms of digital public infra in terms of AI? How should India be thinking about it? So either of you can go first.
Maybe I'll start. So look, it's fascinating, you know, credit bureaus are probably just 20 years old, not even, you know, if you add for the maturity and the databases to be filled up, about 15. And today, actually, the retail lending has been absolutely revolutionized. There is no difference whether you pick up a loan, and I mean, if you look at the loan, the growth rates, the NPAs, there is no difference between an NBFC, private bank, or a public sector bank. I mean, they're just everyone is the same. So that's the power of creating public utilities. I think the more utilities India can create, and we should go beyond retail, we should go into the MSME side, and I know efforts are being made. SIDBI is doing some, a few things there. On the rural side, again, there are a bunch of players who are doing this. I think the more infrastructure we create, the more utilities we create. I think we will be better at this game going forward. The more data comes in, I think maybe AI was a bit of futuristic call a few years back, but I feel, that's almost a national call now. We again heard in the morning Honorable FM speak about it. I think AI is something that every industry will have to adopt. Actually, I will thank GenAI for at least pushing the AI agenda on the drawing table, on the drawing boards for everyone. Whether it's a fraud prevention, or it is figuring out which segments are not being serviced well, or just for internal usage, servicing. Today, every bank branch, for example, has a video camera. We can use video camera feeds to figure out where we have queues and really offer better servicing. So I feel better utilities, more data sharing, and then I think AI on top is probably the way forward.
Yeah, so Vasu, I'm sure at BillDesk, I know at Bank Bazaar we're working on AI, but digital public infra for AI, digital public infra for fraud, what should India be thinking about this?
In one word, it's a little premature. If you would think of a 2024 goal, right? But I'll pick on what Ashish said, and I want to remind the audience too, right? Even as we talk of DPI and digital public infrastructure, remember 4-5 years ago, we used to all talk of JAM, the Jan Dhan, the Aadhaar, mobility, right? If you were to look at it, that's the one layer even below DPI, which enabled all this. UPI works because people have a bank account they can link it to, and that came from an earlier push on having a bank account. UPI works because there is internet connectivity data, right? All this was, let's say, if you think of stage one, on top of it, the DPI infra today is working. To the two specific points that you had, whether in terms of DPI for security or DPI for AI, I think Ashish mentioned maybe early days yet from an AI perspective, so we'll come to that later. But on cyber security, I think two aspects. We need to understand where is risk coming from and what do you want to kind of protect and ring fence. To the points Mr. Mehta made earlier. RBI has earlier issued extremely strong guidelines in terms of transactional security. And that, I think most people here who use digital payments fully understand it. There is a second factor, which is in the form of an OTP or a password or a fingerprint that's only in your control, only in your control. So we need to understand where does fraud emanate, what happens, and how do you address it. And in one simple sentence, I think it's about educating consumers that they should not compromise credentials. From a technology perspective, banking infrastructure, I think they've all been built to a grade where they're secure per se as infrastructure. But what they can't also beat is if I as a consumer kind of share my credentials and then there's a compromise, right? Part of it is also how the system works in terms of phishing attacks to people understanding the gullibility of consumers at some level. So first need, even before we get to DPI, I guess that might be an inevitable outcome of it from a cybersecurity perspective. But to get there to a good space, one needs higher degree of awareness, and I think it's time for the entire ecosystem, even outside of banking, to take on that onus. Largely, if you were to look at it over the last 4 or 5 years, the focus of educating consumers about financial security has been on banks, because they were seen as the primary drivers of banking security transactions. Today, whether it's fintech or any of the e-commerce companies, they are the consumer-facing side. The onus has to shift to people who touch consumers to educate them about security. And I think as that happens, there will be a DPI in cybersecurity, which is more in the form, I would think, of repositories, which can help people kind of figure out blacklisting rules, what are the ways to protect. But both in product and technology form, I think India is at a fairly advanced level in terms of offering things that are secure. AI, dangerous choice. I think the debate is out there in the world. Where does AI contribute and can it hurt or help? In a country that has the largest population in the world and a need to keep providing, making sure they're all employed and have a way forward, the right use of AI is going to be very critical. And it will help in areas like fraud detection, etc. But we need to be cautious about how that gets used.
Great. Look forward to working with both of you on the FinTech committee on this. Mr. Mehta, you're the ideal person, and Prashant, I'm going to call you in on this question. Ideal person to talk about how to engage with policymakers. What do we need? So on one side, we have banks, we have DPI, we have FinTechs. You've led from the front. What should we be asking policymakers and what should we expect from them? Prashant, from the insurance industry side, you play a similar role. Please tell us about how to engage with policymakers towards the 2046 goal.
Well, policymakers have a very definite and important role because they design about the mandatory requirements in each ecosystem. For example, regulator RBI, when they facilitated the sandbox approach, many of the fintechs could get onboarded. And now there is a time, I think they have also come out with a discussion paper regarding self-regulatory framework for all the players, and maybe for fintech also they are looking for them. So creating a self-regulatory system within the fintech space to make creating a better governance structure, so that the public confidence, which is already there in the banking sector, is creeped into with the fintech sector also. Then there is a level playing field which need to be created, because right now there are big techs and there are fintechs and there are the banking system. Big techs are there, which is providing a lot of services which are paid into payment space as well as into the banking space, but incidentally they are not regulated. So to bring them on a regulation will really bring a lot of a level playing field for the entire ecosystem, and that will create a greater credibility, because the faith which the people have in the banking system will translate its faith into the fintech system also. The another important aspect which the regulator can play is providing a greater space for fintechs to operate, and opening of the new areas. Right now they have been provided space in the payment space, and then they have been provided space in this lending, but there are a lot of other areas where these services can be utilized, and opening of that and improving the guidelines of outsourcing in fintech space can really facilitate the growth in this sector.
Thank you. Prashant?
So Adil, in our context, fintechs are insurtechs, and I can very confidently say that over the last couple of years, the forum or the fora that got created for us to interact with the regulator in the context of technology and insurtech has expanded quite widely. IRDA actually has formally created a platform for insurtechs to come together, showcase their work, as well as the chairman of IRDA continuously bringing this at the center stage of agenda whenever we have a discussion in the industry forum. I think the other good thing that I saw regulator take is to incentivize the insurtechs in a manner that it's a very small point, but all the life insurance companies, like any other financial institution, have what we call as limits on expense. So that limit of expense has an incentive that if you're working with insurtech companies, you actually get a discount, which means there is more intensity and more drive for us to work with the insurtech players. And if I were to look at the value chain, starting from sales to onboarding to customer service to claims to fraud, I can see significant number of players playing a big role. There are two other things that regulator has been talking about. A is sandbox, similar to RBI. There is a sandbox thing which has been created for life insurance as well as general insurance player, giving easier access to technology as well as coming up with products which are innovative in nature. And the other thing where there is a lot of discussion is how can insurance companies do a forward-backward integration. That's one limiting thing, Adil. For example, life insurance company may like to have a large amount of investment in an insurtech to be maybe its subsidiary to work alongside. Unfortunately, we are allowed only a 10% investment, and we have been kind of lobbying to say allow us maybe 51 on a case-to-case basis. There is openness, but I'm just hoping that that happens. But suffices to say that the level of discussion which has taken place over the last couple of years in this space is very large. And the last point is in the context of how we're all expecting life insurance or insurance to expand is Bima Sugam. That's going to be a large digital platform, very ambitious project, similar to maybe UPI, where all life insurance products of all life insurance companies with all the distributors are going to be present, giving infinite options or very large set of options for customers to come and simply buy, hence cutting down the cost of distribution. So these are some fantastic pieces of work that currently are ongoing, and I'm very hopeful that in a few years of time, it will change quite drastically.
Interesting. And Prashant, you mentioned to me earlier that, you may, sir, please, I understand you have to leave. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. So Prashant, you were mentioning that the insurance companies actually have a common database to prevent fraud. Firstly, talk to us about how that works between various insurance companies. Second, right, could that become
a foundation which includes all financial institutions? Why only insurers? Could we have banks? Could we have NBFCs on it? Talk to us about that fraud prevention database.
So the concept is very similar to the bureau concept. Unfortunately, life insurance companies don't just assess a potential customer on his ability to or her ability to continuously pay, which is the financial underwriting, but also medical underwriting. Those two are fundamental for onboarding our customers. And historically, we had no way of knowing if a person coming on board had good health or not. You know, life insurance, incidentally, is a contract of ultimate good faith. So when you say, Adil, that, you know, I'm completely healthy and I don't smoke, I just trust you. And, you know...
Drink or smoke.
Drink or smoke. Drink less, but smoke quite a lot. You know, over the years, the industry came together to create a bureau similar to the credit bureau. And now we have most of the companies on the bureau where we continuously pass on information on, say, claims or frauds that people have created. And for example, if Max Life Insurance is underwriting somebody, we go and ping on the bureau to find out if that person has done anything hanky-panky with some other company, and we may just reject the policy. Similarly, I think the opportunity is humongous. Financial fraud, employee or blacklisted employees, blacklisted distributors, vendors, those are steps that we are taking. Now, can that database be used by banks? I think we use the bureau, credit bureaus quite a lot to do financial underwriting. So my sense is, if there are common factors that can give visibility to banks, it may be a good idea. I'm just wondering that if somebody is lying on his health, how relevant will that information be for him to borrow or for him to bank? So, you know, anybody who has any point, but we see a common pattern amongst fraudsters that they go and, you know, approach different financial institutions to max out. Of course, definitely some of those areas could be leveraged.
Can I add one or two points? One is, I think when you have been wanting to direct the discussion about DPIs, and I think we tend to ignore various other DPIs that are getting created. I think there was a discussion on the agri stack, which was very profound in the previous conversation. But for example, take Ayushman Bharat digital mission, right? The entire health stack that is being built out. My understanding is about 50 crore health records are all, health cards are already being given out. 50 crore, 500 million. That's a huge numbers, right? At some point of time, all the 5 lakh kind of insurance that is out there, they will start to produce various kind of information that will all get in there. So I think thinking also about embedded finance, embedded insurance, probably will also, you know, increase penetration, financial inclusion, reduce cost, because then more data will be available. The other scheme which I think we have not spoken enough about is this whole PM Sonidhi. That has put some 81 lakh street vendors now in the formal system. Some 11,000 crore rupees was distributed. So I think the more people will keep coming on to various schemes or various platforms, whether it is agri stack, health stack, you know, maybe skilling stack, I think the ability for fintechs, for insurtechs, for insurance companies, for banks to be able to provide, to be able to assess risk and provide therefore a good quality and affordable cost of service will keep going up. His comments just triggered off a few thoughts.
Absolutely. So Vasu, I'm going to call on you now. So, you know, Finance Minister spoke about the importance of the digital economy. Now, how important are fintechs to the vision for 2046, right? What kind of time is this for us? Is this a good time? Is it a challenging time? How should we be thinking about it?
No, I think easiest to answer the last part. I think it's once in a lifetime opportunity kind of a time. What the fintechs make out of it is completely up to them. But I think your question again triggers a couple of thoughts in terms of how do fintechs move from here and how do we all contribute. So the way I imagine it is this, right? That there is the basic DPI and there is the, in the context of fintechs, banks at the core, which essentially have to handle the fund flows. Fintech is a layer on top of all of this, connecting consumers to and leveraging whatever is there below them, whether it's the banking infrastructure or the DPI that's available. As long as fintechs are able to delineate that role of theirs to say, I am the tech layer on top, helping connect consumers with innovative products or innovative ways to use the existing core assets, the humongous opportunity, I think, that got identified, even in the earlier part of the speech by Mr. Mehta. There is this opportunity. It's a question of identification of the right opportunity. What do I think sometimes the industry gets wrong from fintech part of it? The role confusion. Are we the bank? Are we the customer owner, right? And I think that's one part if fintechs have a great clarity about as a role of, as a tech provider, facilitating distribution of products or ease of access and kind of bringing them and working in partnership with banks, I think phenomenal future. What gets critical there is the approach to these partnerships, and I know there was there's been reference made to onboarding, and perhaps speeding up of that. To me, the onboarding of a fintech by a bank, there could be paperwork involved, but it's essentially the get to know each other kind of a process. So in a serious industry which involves customers' money, do you want a speed dating game or do you want partners to get to know each other, right? And I think that's why banks take time to get to know who they're onboarding. There's a process around it, but essentially the process around goes to the core of saying, can I outsource work reliably because I am trusted in the entity, right? And there are a huge number of fintechs. I think it's a challenge for the banks to figure out which are the 10,000 ones you want to partner with, and each fintech has to find a niche. That said, to your point, I think it's not just going to be fintech itself. Various different other kind of stacks will now be able to leverage banking and DPI put together to make glorious use of the next 10, 20 years.
Fantastic. So Prashant, last question, I'm coming to you. When we talk about financial empowerment, insurance is obviously key. You know, in a way, you need to do your insurance before you do your investments, before you do your home loan even, right? What can we expect from the insurance industry in order to create true financial empowerment in India?
I think the inclusion is embedded in numbers. And while life insurance as a category has done a fantastic job in terms of ownership in urban areas, if you were to look at people at large, I think we are still behind. Some of the numbers people throw is insurance as a percentage of GDP. I don't think that's the right way of measuring. The right way of measuring is sum assured per capita. And on that, one of the reports by Swiss Re, which is a large insurance company, there's a gap of 90% in India. So 90% people are underinsured. So the objective has to be how do you bring more and more people under the fold? And one of the fundamental issues with insurance is that nobody wakes up to buy insurance. It's a discretionary requirement. For example, banking services, you definitely need loan, you need credit cards, you need a mobile phone, but if you don't have life insurance, it works. Maybe motor insurance because of regulatory reasons, but nobody wakes up. Because of which, insurance companies have to work doubly hard to go close to the customer, and that really increases the cost of distribution. So I think the two things that insurance industry have to do to drive inclusion is cut the cost of distribution and be innovative on products. And I think those two will be fundamental over the next few years, especially until 2047, dream of realizing insurance for all. And I think the other issue has been insurance are bespoke products. So for example, life will sell life, general is another category, there's health that you need to buy. If you want agri, then you need to have another product. There's no one product which covers fundamentally 5 or 6 fundamental needs of a human being. The customer in a discretionary category gets very confused. So I think bringing it all together on one platform, cutting the cost of the products, being innovative, as well as cutting the cost of distribution will be the way to go. And I'm very excited about the two things that regulator and the industry is trying to drive, which is Bima Vahak and Bima Vistar. Bima Vahaks are going to be microcosm level distributors at low cost, predominantly women in every village. And Bima Vistar is a product which brings all these products together at a lower ticket size for people to buy. If that were to click, and I'm hoping that it does click, I think the insurance penetration in truest sense of trying to do sum assured per capita will go up, and we all must look forward to it, and as an industry, we are committed to contribute.
Great, great. Vasu, you know this, at Bank Bazaar, we do co-branded credit cards. When we say credit card is a necessity, but like Prashant said, term life insurance and health insurance, they're essential, even more important. So Ashish, Prashant, Vasu, thank you for your comments. The audience, thank you for your patient hearing. This has been a wonderful session. Thank you so much.
We now break for lunch and reassemble at 2:45 for the next session.
please settle down. The minister is arriving any minute.
क्या बोलना? The Honorable Minister is just about to arrive.
So,
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the session on women-led development. I would first like to, it's my privilege and honor to welcome the Honorable Union Minister for Labor and Employment, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupender Yadav. Please join me with a big round of applause. I would also like to welcome the expert moderator of today's session, Ms. Asha Karga, Chair of the FICCI Women Empowerment Committee and member of Group Executive Board and Chief Customer and Brand Officer, Mahindra. I would also like to welcome all our esteemed panelists for the session today. Mr. Mahendra Singhi, Strategic Advisor and member of the Board of Directors, Dalmia Cement Bharat. Ms. Neha Patel, Vice Chairperson, Zydus Foundation. Ms. Shefalika Panda, CEO of the Bansidhar and Leela Panda Foundation. Ms. Sudha Shivkumar, President FICCI Flow. Ms. Shivani Malik, Director Damilalu. And I would now request Ms. Asha Karga to kindly honor the Minister with a green certificate. The green certificate is FICCI's tradition and promise towards sustainability to plant a thicket of 10 trees, sir, in your honor at Simplipal National Park, Odisha. Thank you, Asha, and I now request you to please take the session forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Absolutely delighted and privileged to host this session on women empowerment as a part of the agenda on Viksit Bharat. I'd like to start with a quote which is very inspiring. It was actually said by our President, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. And she said that it is the power of a democracy that a daughter born in a poor home, that a daughter born in a remote tribal area is actually the head of the highest constitutional head of the country. And so therefore I believe the progress of a society is dependent on the progress of women. So it's amazing to see so many women in the audience. I didn't see so many women in the morning. So a big round of applause for all of you sitting in the audience, and thank you for making the time. I'd like to thank you, Union Minister for Labor and Employment and Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupender Yadav, for joining us today. Under your leadership, what is most commendable is that the female labor participation rate at 19% in 2020 has almost doubled to 37% in 2023. Maybe have a round of applause, please. Under his leadership, we've also seen a survey which has been launched by the Employee Provident Fund Organization. And this is almost like a progress report card on the voices of women in corporate India. How many corporates have a POSH policy? How many of them have a maternity policy? How many of them have transportation in late night hours? These are the things that are being checked as we speak right now. A survey has been launched, and very soon we shall have the findings which can be shared at a later date. So thank you once again, and once again to my panelists, a great warm welcome to you. I look forward to our conversation, and I want to start with you, Sudha, with respect to women entrepreneurs. So one data point that I read was that we have 28,000 digital startups in India today, but 18% are led by women. What is the reason for only 18% being led by women? What are the challenges that come in the way of women entrepreneurship, and how do you see this number being scaled up?
Thanks so much, Asha. And both a privilege and honor to share my thoughts on Asha's question with the Honorable Minister here. I think I'll begin with the financial support. We this year did a small survey with the RBI Innovation Hub, and we did a survey of about 300 entrepreneurs at the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 cities, home and nano level, at the smaller level. And I think we are a bottoms-up economy, so if we clean up from the bottom, I think the top gets wonderful. So funding seems to be a very major issue. And though there are mudra loans and many of them available, like Stand Up India scheme and all that, many banks still want a collateral. And at that level, I'm not talking of the privileged lot, I'm talking of people who wanting to grow, the startups and the entrepreneurs. And many of them do not have immobile property in their name. So it becomes a big challenge for the banks to lend money. The second one that I would like to talk about is there are a lot of mental barriers. However a forward city we are, I've had this conversation with Shefalika, and I'm sure she'll agree with me. We are not yet a 50-50 society. Even at the best of environments, we possibly are 49.99. There is still that 0.01 equality issue that is there. So because of our inherited societal norms of the woman is still a hesitant second when it comes to taking risk. The third one is a strong one, which is the work-life balance. This work-life balance is a stress at all parts of the pyramid. Youngsters today face a lot of these issues, which are causing a anthropological problem. And the last is access to mentors. Those in Tier 2, Tier 3 would do greatly because they don't know how to go forward. They need mentors, they need active mentors who will handhold them and take them forward. If we are alive to their issues, if we are alive to their needs, if we are alive to how to get them forward, a little push and a great pull will definitely take them much beyond the 23% that you're saying.
Thanks for those insights, Sudha. We have an entrepreneur in our midst. We have Shivani with us, who's co-founder of a brand called Da Milano. You must have seen this at airports and in really glitzy malls, consumer-facing brand. Shivani, what's been your journey as an entrepreneur? Some of the challenges that I know she was referring more to the bottom of the pyramid, but you've been in a position where you launched this business with your husband. So tell us a bit about the challenges that you faced and what is it like to be a woman entrepreneur when your husband is alongside you? What were the barriers and how did you overcome them?
So, I'm luckily in an industry which deals with bags and shoes. And bags and shoes are close to a woman's heart. Our organization is definitely far more women-led than men-led, thankfully. And with more and more women understanding the importance of coming into the workforce, it's actually benefiting organizations or brands like us. Because we're hungry for women to work for us. We believe that women actually contribute way more to us and to our brand than men can do. Just because of the nature of women, they're better multitaskers, they're more empathetic, they're more intuitive, they can read a customer's mind. This is my personal belief and this is what my experience has taught me, that women perform way better than men do. And if we get the right talent, there's nothing stopping us from having at least a 90-10 ratio of women-men, if we get the right talent. Right now we face challenges in smaller cities where we are finding it difficult to get women to work for us. I think there has to be a whole mindset change in the country. I think conferences like this, if they reach to the masses, where these women understand the importance of financial independence. I've been talking about it. Financial independence is not only bringing them the money that they need, but it's giving them the power for them to have a standing at home in the society. And this is adding to the country as well. So I think there has to be a total mindset shift. Women need to be educated about how important it is for them to have this financial independence. And there are many more brands out there like us, where I can confidently say that women are going to add way more than men can add. As far as I am concerned, of course, I had many personal challenges as well in my entrepreneurial journey, wherein I found that I had to work twice as hard to be taken seriously than my co-founder, who's my husband. Because it's all about the mindset. They feel that, oh, she's going to have a baby, she's going to go away. Oh, she's going to, the mother-in-law is going to call her for lunch, she's not going to be working. That mindset needs to change from me, from my mother-in-law, from everyone in general, where working is not a choice. It's a compulsion as much as it is for a man. I feel that once that importance of, that this is my priority, that comes about, I think that then the whole thing will change. I think we're taking baby steps, but we'll get there. Thanks.
Shivani, thank you for that. It's basically an entrepreneurial journey, a point of view expressed really well. I want to shift gears, Shifalika. You deal with a segment which is rural women. You're working at a grassroots level. Sudha spoke about the challenges that women entrepreneurs face. Shivani just shared her journey and the biases she faced working with her husband and how women are basically looked at when it comes to business and how she decided to really break some of them. What's been your understanding of this segment of women and what are the challenges and opportunities according to you with this space?
Thanks, Sasha. So I completely agree with what Shivani said, but I'd just like to give everyone a bit of a perspective in the rural areas. What we know is for our goal of 2047 to be achieved, we are going to need to strengthen our 4 pillars of Garib, Yuva, Annadata and Mahila. Now, the Mahila are 50% of our population and 65% of our population lives in the rural areas. As somebody who works in 6 districts covering more than 400 villages, what I've noticed is that they need to overcome challenges to a larger extent than most of us in urban India. And the biggest issue is lack of opportunity. Lack of opportunity across the spectrum. It could be education, it could be skill, it could be income generation, livelihoods. This happens because of the deep-rooted gender biases. We are not even aware of the extent to which this is, ingrained in us, like Shivani said, the mindset. Okay, how do we get them to get out of this? Because the girls are not having challenges in silos. They are having challenges which are complex and interconnected. The second issue that this leads to is the lack of enabling environment. Today, most of us sitting here, we are privileged. We are privileged because we had parents who decided to educate us. We're privileged because we didn't have financial constraints. We're privileged because we even married into families that allowed us. It was an enabling environment. These women at the grassroots first have to fight to be born. Then they have to fight to go to school. They have to even fight not to get married at a very young age. So it's that basic. But if we have an enabling environment, if I may give you an example of this young lady from the Kalahandi district, which we know is extremely remote and backward. This tribal girl was born to parents who were progressive in their thinking and said, we will educate her. We will educate her. She went to Oriya medium primary school, was fortunate enough to be able to find a missionary school in her area. And then she had the aspiration of being a doctor. And she luckily, navigated her way into the region of Bhubaneswar, where we have a scholarship under our foundation, and for higher education. And today she's at SCB Medical College in Berhampur in her final year, and next year she will become a doctor. So it's about getting her that opportunity. It's about getting her the enabling environment. And that is what will allow our girls to contribute to our national growth.
Such an inspiring story. I think we are seeing different strings or different threads to a conversation. You have entrepreneurs. You have entrepreneurs coming from, coming into consumer-led brands, which is another space. You spoke about the rural woman and her challenges. Meha, my next question is to you, and it's a question which comes from a little bit of context, which I think Shivani referred to an extent, that there are industries where women are accepted well. Are there, do you believe in this, that women naturally gravitate to certain industries? Because she spoke about bags and shoes and she says that's why it makes sense. So is that true? Do you believe in that? Or do you feel differently?
So, according to me, I think, the fight for women and equality is a great topic that we're discussing today. But I feel just the way men don't qualify for a lot of jobs that women do, similarly, women do not qualify for a lot of jobs that men do. It's not either or, but I'm just saying that there are some restrictions that women do have. In terms of, starting their families. Also, from India has been a patriarchal society. My grandmother did not work. It's only in recent time my mother started working, then I started working. So it's just two generations which has actually sort of gotten into the workforce. So, and every generation takes that one step forward or two steps forward. So it is a long journey, but at least I'm glad that the conversation has started. As far as Shivani says, I think it's amazing to see that in consumer market, with her brand, she's taking a conscious effort where she's having women to work for her. But there are sectors where, in the consumer market specifically, you only have 11% of women who are actually working in the back-end office, where the mother or the woman is the primary caregiver of any family. She's the end decision maker for a product. Companies are spending millions and billions of dollars, to remove products, innovative products, getting into technology. And then you don't have those women who are actually, to get that insight from a woman, that what she would actually pick for or what would she actually gravitate for on the consumer front. I'm talking office level. Versus the same thing even in the sales division, you don't have too many women who are going to sell this product to a woman. If you go to a shop, barring hers, you'll usually have male staff which is standing up there. So I think if we have women in a few sectors, which is very, very important, India has always been a manufacturing sector for over generations, the old India. But the new India, I think, is coming up beautifully with fintech and, with financial sector. Healthcare is doing beautiful. 80% of the women are nursing staff is women. And healthcare has 53% of, healthcare workers all across board with doctors and all that. So I think healthcare is a great sector. You have with fintech and financial sector, IT, STEM, you also have a lot of women coming into the workforce because it's remote working as well. You can work you can work at your own pace, at your own hours. So I think, for women, they do wear a lot of hats, and flexibility of time, giving them goals, and because a woman is very driven, but somewhere she loses her drive because of that 9 to 5 bracket that women are put into. But if you remove that and give her the flexibility of time, I think they'll do beautifully well. You have examples with Tupperware, Amway, which have given women goals, and they achieve their goals at their own pace and time. So I think a structure like that for women should be created, and not battle that, if a man can do it, a woman should also be able to do it, is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Meha. So I see a lot of optimism in the way you replied. Lots of, examples with respect to where women can make a play. I now have, the male panelist and his view. And before, just a question or other context, which I must share. India's first national time use survey released in 2020 finds that 81.2% of all women are engaged in unpaid domestic services compared with 26.1% men. But the other glaring data point to me was women spend 10 times more on household maintenance and care for children, the sick and the elderly, which is 34.6 hours versus 3.6 hours as far as men are concerned. So it's not a man versus woman thing, but I just wanted to ask you, as the lone man amongst these women panelists, all of them spoke about biases, prejudices against women. What's your take on it, and what will it take for women to be included in the boys' club?
Great. Happy afternoon, friends. Fortunately, Minister Saab has added further in gender diversity, so we are now 2 male on the stage.
So you're still alone. You're still alone.
Alone. So I'm very happy that I'm able to share good news with all of you that there is so much now awareness that how we should develop our country, where women can play a very important role. And why I'm saying is that, like Bhupendra Yadav Sahab is known globally for climate justice and climate actions also in addition to other things. But when I was to come here, so I thought of understanding something about what's being done by the government, what's being done by private entrepreneurs, etc. Then I could understand that maybe more than 22 such schemes are there of the government which is supporting women in one way or other. Like one figure I may share is, which is from government data, that Stood Up India. Now 83% entrepreneurs are women. Now if you look at certain applications being made by women for higher education, and as per the consultant's report, it's 45%. Now one survey which has come from one consultant which says that the career aspirations of women and men are almost same. But at the same time, when we see the real picture, real things, we find that in many parts of the manufacturing sector or any other sector, women is not there, and if they are there, they are just few percentage. Important is that, like what Shivani also said, that mindset is very, very important. And in fact, to understand what's this mindset or what are the challenges. In fact, yesterday only, I dared to talk to one of my engineer who is with us, Adi. She is in Dalmiapuram, Trichy. So I talked to her, that Adi, you are here since last 12 years. So how do you find and why we are not able to get more such engineers, though we have a lot of workers, female worker in addition to male worker, but not many engineers. Then she said, like what you said, it's about mindset, or what you said, mindset of a girl, mindset of a parent, and over and above that, mindset of corporates also, including the senior people. So mindset has to change, and now what I see, that mindset has changed, mindset is changing. Personally, for people who are in a job at all this, or who are the decision makers. And if I just give you my personal experience, so like 4 years back, my daughter-in-law, who was married at that time since 12 years, and 6 years grandson for us. So he said that I want to go to London to study in London Business School, and 2 years it will take. So what to do? Then maybe if this would have been 10, 12 years back, we would not have agreed. But then my son, my wife, everybody agreed that yes, she can go ahead, we'll take care, because it's not the responsibility of a woman or mother only to take care of a kid, but it's everybody's responsibility. And second, slowly since it is becoming almost compulsion for a girl to also serve the society or serve the organization, so that they can also earn and can become independent. So there's more and more desire is coming. Now, if I look at various education institutions, I don't know much about labor class and all this, but if we look at various educational institutions, we are finding 30%, 40% girls coming up, and then definitely they will take center stage. They will take center stage because now we'll have skilled female also available with us, and of course corporate have to take the responsibility that slowly we'll go on increasing our intake of females so that they can go up, they can rise. And there are umpteen number of cases, like few examples are there who have done great. They are nationally, globally also, that female have done great. So no one can have doubt, and particularly if I look at corporate India, no one has doubt that they will not be able to perform. But yes, maybe mindset at family level, at girl level, or at senior executive level, that may have to change. But whatever was required to be done by the government, I think they have done in a big way, and the focus which they have done, that yes, 2047 would be led by women, it's great. But I would say, why to have men and women comparison? We should have people-led development, because it is the people. And man is same, women is same, only God has done some differentiation for some purpose, but otherwise they have all the capabilities, all the abilities, and then whatever is their quality, whatever is their character, they can suit it. So my personal belief is that it's a great time for women, it's a great time for India, and the way now we will be progressing, the way government would be supporting, the way corporate would be supporting, and I understand that even corporates in FICCI also have taken pledge that yes, we'll go in a big way on women empowerment. So friends, I think past is past, but we'll have to look at future. And then I would like to quote in last Swami Vivekananda, who has said that you can do anything and everything because you have all power within you. So to every woman, I would like to say they have all power within them, and then definitely we, maybe as a men, would like to do our best so that women participate in a big way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. So thanks for sharing your personal story. I think what you've done for your daughter-in-law is amazing. You know, for encouraging her to pursue her studies. I just want to open it out to you, Sudha, actually, to just give your perspective on this particular bias that exists even in corporate India. If you look at it, between the ages of 30 to 40, we see a lot of attrition among women. And the reason for that is obviously increased responsibility with maternity, increased responsibility with elder care, because the woman naturally takes a back seat. In fact, Shefalika and I were having a conversation on the side, and we said even when two people have fantastic careers, only 1.5 careers can exist, because the male career will always take precedence over the woman's career. And it's naturally expected that a woman will step back and look after the family, even if she has a great career with her husband. Or nowadays you're seeing women possibly not wanting to start families because they're keen on their careers. So given this phenomenon in urban India, what do you think organizations should do more of to enable more women to stay in the workforce? Because people join, but then there is that leaky bucket between the age of 30 to 40. So any insights there that you could share with the audience?
Yeah, thanks so much. So this is restricted to the corporates. This is restricted to the middle bucket of the corporates, where the woman is in her 30s to 40 trajectory, when both her career and her family is growing. So at that point, they sometimes run like parallel lines. So I would like to, differentiate it into 3 parts. Part number 1 is, we are, our society is majorly double income, maybe 2 kids family ideally. And like Asha said, when there is reason for the lady to be transferred, she takes a back seat and says to the bank, it's all right, I'll stay as a clerk, I'll deny myself the promotion because we have aspirations, we have couple goals. Then there is the other part where somebody falls sick, again the woman stays back. If you go a little deeper into it, it is a messy middle. There are more women working at the bottom of the pyramid and very few move right to the top. If you dehorse the situation and look into it with a greater lens, then what attracts your eye is the care economy and the role the care economy can play to plumb this problem. I'm sure Honorable Minister will agree that at the labor force, the care that we can provide to them will definitely help the woman to sustain herself and go forward. So the quantifying of the unpaid care will definitely go towards the GDP, and supporting the paid care with good laws, with strong support will definitely help the career of the woman. Thirdly, I would love to quote from your organization. Your project MOM is
Moms of Mahindra.
Yeah, Moms of Mahindra is a fabulous project where the company is hand-holding the lady employee when she takes maternity leave right up to when the child is ready to go to preschool. So, if more companies follow that, and if we have some beyond establishment of creche in organization, if we can look at greater interventions from the government, I'm sure the woman is going to be benefited. That will help a long way with more women coming into workforce.
Excellent. So just for the benefit of the audience, the Mahindra maternity policy is a 5-year maternity policy. We felt that we should be supportive of a woman from the time she decides to get pregnant till the time the child goes to play school. So how can you support her through the entire journey and reassure her on her career? Because that's the biggest aspect. Many of them drop off, but they're quite worried when they come back to will they come back to a job? Will the job be there? Will that job be changed? So it's a 5-year support policy. We just launched it on October 2nd last year. Quite delighted to see the way it's been received internally. And hopefully, through the FICCI role, this could be potentially shared with multiple organizations which would want to make this kind of an intervention.
Yeah,
Thank you for bringing that up, Sudha.
That's
Thank
actually a great opportunity because, like Asha was saying, there are many women who, not just women, many young children who don't want children because they find it, number one, a great responsibility. Number two, there is no care support. We are all moved towards a nuclear family model. So, these kind of very practical interventions, and this has been tested by Mahindra over a year now. I think it's a fabulous opportunity. A woman who comes back to work, say after 6 months or 1 year, finds herself really not at the same place where she left. The opportunity is regressed. So I think these kind of interventions, as we go forward, there's one small little history I'll tell you. Our workforce, with due respects to the minister here, our workforce is so structured for the man. Women are a later addition into it. So that acclimatization and support and working around it takes time. I remember, when I went into our foundry to work, there used to be only one restroom and that's for the man. They did not have women employees. So I said, I need a place. So the place is structured for the man. So women, when you come in, you're a new entrant into the game. So the environment has to be understood and worked upon for the woman to come in. I think as women, we must also give that time and help the leaders understand this and take us forward. So the pain points are addressed. And I'm sure forums like this is a great opportunity to express these sentiments.
Superb. Sudha, Shifalika, any parting thoughts? You have 1 minute. Okay. Yeah.
I actually think I obviously agree a lot with Sudha, but I'd just like to broaden this for urban and rural as well. And the way I look at it, that, if we need to create a level playing field for the women in even, let's say, the next 20 years leading up to 2047, I would use a 3S formula as my mantra: support, sensitizing, and systemic change. Support, which will come in form of policy. We already have some wonderful policies which sort of form the bedrock of societal change, whether it's the Lakpati Didis, the Poshan Abhiyan, the Dhon Didis, or even going back with our, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. But in addition to this, we cannot say that policy alone is going to bring about that change. There needs to be a change of the mindset in the family, society, and the workplace. So supporting this, it could be whether, an elderly member in the family decides to be very proactive in taking care of the child, because, you're not going to find that many opportunities of, the employer in a small town, village, making such large initiatives. And that's where the sensitization comes in. We need to bring about an attitudinal change to the prevailing norms because many are practiced subconsciously. People do not even know. And like we had a conversation earlier today, it's in your and my home too. Not because they are actually being conscious about it, it's just the way boys are brought up. So we need to change the mindset of the boys starting from a young age. The girls as well, to say, your prerogative is not about grow up, get married, bear children, and that's it. And, everybody in the family. And we need to ensure that we make them unlearn the conscious and the subconscious biases. And then going on to the third avenue, which is systemic change, we need to have go from, the current defined to a redefining. Because when we redefine the system, is then the generations coming ahead of us are going to grow up that way, learn what is the new normal. And that is essentially a collaborative effort between all diverse stakeholders, which will result in a framework of an enabling environment for systemic change.
I think you've wrapped it up really well. The 3 S's that you just shared with us, the fact that we need to look at conditioning and we need to look at collaboration with a framework in place to effect systemic change. With that, I'd like to call the panel to a close and thank you for your insights, and over to you, Honorable Minister, for a fantastic keynote speech. Thank you for your time.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। सबसे पहले तो मैं बधाई देना चाहूँगा कि एक बहुत अच्छे पैनल को आज मुझे सुनने का अवसर मिला, लेकिन काफ़ी अच्छी बातें आपने कही। जो सबसे बड़ा विषय है, अक्सर हम वुमेन डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं, वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट को छोड़ देते हैं। दोनों सब्जेक्ट में काफ़ी अंतर है। जेंडर इक्वलिटी के साथ जेंडर इक्विटी चाहिए। हम केवल इक्वलिटी पे जाकर रुक जाते हैं, और इसलिए जो दुनिया भर में फेमिनिस्ट मूवमेंट हुए, उसमें बात 50-50% पे जाके रुक जाती है। वुमेन कहीं ना कहीं अपनी पहचान पुरुष के माध्यम से करती है। जब वुमेन की अपनी पहचान बनने लग जाएगी तो वो वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट होगा, और वही होने पे हम विकसित भारत की ओर जा पाएंगे। कारण ये है, कई बार हम अपने इथोस को नहीं समझ पाते। हमें ऐसा लगता है कि महिला अगर ताकतवर है तो उसे पुरुष जैसा होना होगा। पुरुष जैसा होने का अर्थ है उसके जैसा बोलना, व्यवहार कोई होने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि हमने जब शक्ति की पूजा करी है तो उसको पुरुष होने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। वो अपने आप में शक्ति है। अगर हम नहीं हैं और हम होने की कोशिश करें तो वो शक्ति का स्वरूप बनेगी नहीं। लेकिन केवल बात कहने से और केवल विषय रखने से चीजें नहीं होती। जो सबसे बड़ी बात 3S की बात जो इस डिबेट में करी गई है, सपोर्ट, सेंसिटिविटी और सिस्टमेटिक चेंज, क्योंकि हम एक ऐसे इरा से आए हैं जिसमें हम एक एग्रीकल्चर युग से इंडस्ट्रियल और अब डिजिटल ग्लोबल इरा की ओर जा रहे हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि एग्रीकल्चर युग में वुमेन एम्पावर नहीं थी। आपने जितनी भी सुंदर साड़ियाँ पहन रखी हैं, इसकी ज़्यादातर बुनकर महिलाएं हैं। चाहे चंदेरी पहनो, चाहे सिल्क पहनो, चाहे सांगानेरी पहनो, चाहे गुजरात की पटोला पहनो। मैं तो जितना भी देश भर में बुनकर में गया हूँ वो वुमेन ही है। लेकिन दिक्कत कहाँ है? उसकी ट्रेडिंग, उसका व्यापार और उसके इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट की चाबी उनके पास नहीं है। इस अंतर को समझना होगा। ऐसा नहीं है हमारे देश में केवल टेक्सटाइल में रही हो। आखिर इस देश में जो लंबे समय से कल्चरल हमारे वैल्यूज सुरक्षित रहे तो वो स्टोरी टेलिंग है। आपको कोई स्टोरी टेलिंग किसी ग्रैंडफादर से सुनाई नहीं देगी, आपको कोई म्यूजिक सुनाई नहीं देगा। ये सारे जिसको हम डेवलपमेंट कहते हैं, डेवलपमेंट का अर्थ केवल बिल्डिंग और कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं है। अगर डेवलपमेंट का अंदर मतलब केवल बिल्डिंग और कंस्ट्रक्शन होगा तो फिर वो डेवलपमेंट तो ह्यूमैनिटी का डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगा, वो तो बिल्डिंग का डेवलपमेंट होगा। डेवलपमेंट का होल एस्पेक्ट देखना चाहिए। लेकिन झगड़ा कहाँ है? झगड़ा यह है कि जिस रिवोल्यूशन से हमारा समाज एक नए रिवोल्यूशन की ओर जा रहा है, हम एक रूरल बेस इकोनॉमी से अर्बन बेस इकोनॉमी की ओर जा रहे हैं, हम एक सोसाइटी क्लोज सोसाइटी से निकलकर ग्लोबल बनने जा रहे हैं, हम एक इंफॉर्मेशन जो है टेक्नोलॉजी की दुनिया में बदलने जा रहे हैं। जब ये दुनिया में परिवर्तन आ रहा है तो बड़ी संख्या में मोबिलिटी और माइग्रेशन हो रहा है। उसके कारण सोसाइटी, नई फैमिली बनना, नए रिलेशन बनना, नए तरीके से रहना, ये सब होना है। इसमें महिलाओं को क्या होना चाहिए? पहनने की स्वतंत्रता, खाने की स्वतंत्रता, घूमने की स्वतंत्रता और अपने निर्णय लेने की स्वतंत्रता होनी चाहिए। उसमें हम अपना सेंस नहीं लगाएं। सरकार की पॉलिसी में, मैं दुनिया भर के देशों में जाता हूँ, मैं आज आपको जो इवन मैं इस समय कॉप में मैंने देख करके बहुत अच्छा लगा कि जो यूएई में भी जो पूरा कॉप के नेगोशिएशन में उनकी जो महिलाएं थी, लॉजिकल, रैशनल, एक्सप्रेसिव, वो थी। हम उससे ना डरें। वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का अर्थ है कि हमारे यहाँ महिलाओं की ऐसी पर्सनैलिटी बने जो लॉजिकल हो, रैशनल हो, एक्सप्रेसिव हो। हमें क्या सपोर्ट करना है? जो सपोर्ट सिस्टम के लिए कहा है, उनके पहनने बोलने पे हम सेंसिटिविटी को इतना ना बनाए कि उनको बांधने की कोशिश करें। हम उनको सपोर्ट सिस्टम इतना देवें कि वो अपना निर्णय ले सकती है, वो अपनी लड़ाई लड़ सकती है, हम उसके ऊपर पेरेंटिंग ना करें। वुमेन डेवलपमेंट का कंसेप्ट जो है केवल वुमेन डेवलपमेंट नहीं है। अगर वुमेन डेवलपमेंट होगा तो 5%, 7%, 8% का हो सकता है। वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का है कि 100% वुमेन को अपनी आज़ादी के हिसाब से बदलते हुए दौर में आगे बढ़ने की व्यवस्था करने का माहौल बनाया जाए। पावर तो उसमें है ही, और इसलिए वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, एनकम्पेसिंग इकोनॉमिक एंड सोशल एंड कल्चरल स्पेस में उनको बढ़ावा देने की बात ये सरकार के द्वारा की जा रही है। और आज हम जिसको वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट है, उसमें सबसे बड़ी बात है अवसरों की समान उपलब्धता करवाना। किसी के लिए कॉलेज के, यूनिवर्सिटी से लेकर के वर्कफोर्स के दरवाजे बंद नहीं होने चाहिए कि वो वुमेन है इसलिए वो काम नहीं कर सकते। और इसलिए मैं आपको कहना चाहूँगा, अभी हमने लेबर मंत्रालय के द्वारा जो सबसे कठिन क्षेत्र माना जाता है, ओपन माइनिंग का जो क्षेत्र माना जाता है, वहाँ भी महिलाओं को काम करने की इजाज़त दी है और उन्होंने अवार्ड भी प्राप्त किया है। इसका मतलब उन्होंने अपनी क्षमता सिद्ध करी है। लेकिन सभी वो करें ये भी आवश्यक नहीं है। जो करना चाहे उसकी स्वतंत्रता होनी चाहिए। कंपटीशन नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन अपॉर्चुनिटी होनी चाहिए। दोनों विषयों में बड़ा अंतर है। दूसरा जो है, इवन कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर में भी ये जो 30-40 ईयर का जो आप एक ब्रेक बता रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। एक कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर की महिला, जो बेटी कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर के परिवार से आती है, वो डिसीजन मेकिंग बॉडी में क्यों नहीं हो सकती? उसमें 30-40 ईयर का एज ग्रुप क्या करेगा? उसको तो बोर्ड में बैठ के डिसीजन ही लेना है। जो पूरा डेवलपमेंट का मॉडल है, उसमें कोई कैरियर नहीं रुक सकता है। क्वेश्चन ये है कि हम उसको डिसीजन मेकिंग बॉडी पे लेकर के आए हैं क्या। और मैं आपको बताता हूं, हिंदुस्तान में जो बड़ा परिवर्तन हुआ है, आप ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में जाके देखो, 33% से लेकर 50% पंचायती राज रिजर्वेशन से हिंदुस्तान के गांव में बड़ी क्रांति आई है। और 5 साल बाद जब ये 33% रिजर्वेशन अब पार्लियामेंट में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नारी शक्ति वंदन से शुरू होगा, ये वुमेन की निर्णय लेने की क्षमता को भविष्य के विकसित भारत के लिए आगे बढ़ाएगा। इसको हमको स्वीकार करना चाहिए। हमको समाज में जहां जहां निर्णय लेने की जगह है, वहां पर उनको एम्पावरमेंट करना चाहिए। एक बार निर्णय लेने की जगह पर अगर बिना किसी भेदभाव के महिला आ जाएगी, जो पीएम साहब का भी विजन है, जिसको हमने 30 साल तक लटकाए रखा, एक बार वो निर्णय लेने की क्षमता में आ जाएगी तो नेचुरली बढ़ जाते। सोसाइटी का एम्पावरमेंट, किसी भी सोसाइटी का, हमारे यहाँ जो इतना कास्ट क्लासेस, सोशल क्लासेस चलता है, बाबा साहब ने भी जो ये हमने जो थ्योरी रिप्रेजेंटेशन की दी है, वो इसीलिए कि हमने रिप्रेजेंटेशन के बल पे देखा है कि हिंदुस्तान में 70 ईयर्स में जो नीचे की सोसाइटी थी उसने निर्णय लेने में रुचि दिखाई, और जब ये 33% रिजर्वेशन लागू होगा तो उनकी निर्णय क्षमता, उनकी लीडरशिप क्वालिटी अलग तरीके से बढ़ेगी। अदरवाइज ऐसा नहीं है। डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज में बांग्लादेश से लेकर के और लैटिन अमेरिका देशों तक वुमेन बहुत प्राइम मिनिस्टर रही है, पर वो वुमेन डेवलपमेंट है, वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट नहीं है। वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का अर्थ है कलेक्टिव सोसाइटी की पावर में, कलेक्टिव सोसाइटी की कॉन्शियसनेस में, कलेक्टिव सोसाइटी की अपॉर्चुनिटी में मेजर उसका शेयरिंग दिया जा रहा है या नहीं दिया जा रहा है, मेजर उसकी बात मानी जा रही है नहीं मानी जा रही है। तीसरा है, जो आप जब उस विषय को कह रही थी और शिवानी मलिक भी अपनी बात में कह रही थी, जो ऐसा नहीं है कि वुमेन का कोई योगदान इस देश में कम रहा हो। एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में तो लंबे समय तक, मैं तो रूरल परिवार से आता हूं, हमने तो महिलाओं को हमारे परिवार की खेत में काम करते हुए देखा है। एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का जो सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा है पशुपालन, वो तो महिलाएं करती हैं। कमी का रहती थी ऑनरशिप, स्वामित्व। वो काम कर रही है, पीढ़ियों से काम कर रही है, उस जमीन की मालिक है क्या? उस जमीन पे वो लोन ले सकती है क्या? ये जो ऑनरशिप है, और इसलिए आपने देखा होगा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो योजनाएं हैं, लखपति दीदी क्या है? जैसे लीडरशिप लेनी है तो नारी शक्ति अधिनियम क्या है कि अब हम कलेक्टिवली उनको इस पूरे लीडरशिप प्रोसेस में स्वीकार करते हैं। लखपति दीदी वो कंसेप्ट है कि ये जो 1 लाख रुपए कमाती है उसकी ऑनर में, ऑनरशिप आपको कॉन्फिडेंस देती है। ऑनरशिप वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का आधार है, और इसलिए हमारी सरकार की सारी योजनाओं में ऑनरशिप की भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इवन जो नए सरकार के द्वारा जो चीजें दी जा रही हैं, अदरवाइज ऐसा नहीं है। मैं मतलब, मेरे को मेरी बात का बुरा मत मानना कि बहुत बड़े बड़े कंपनियों के जो परिवार हैं, हालांकि सिंघवी साहब ने बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण दिया, प्रोग्रेसिव उदाहरण है कि अपनी बहू को उन्होंने आगे पढ़ाने की बात करी, लेकिन उसको ऑनरशिप दे रहे हैं क्या? वो कह सकते हैं मेरी कंपनी है, वो नहीं है। ये सोसाइटल चैलेंज चाहिए। ऑनरशिप जिस दिन हमने बराबर की महिलाओं की कर दी, ये देश वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के लिए आगे जाएगा, तभी है। यही सिस्टमेटिक सपोर्ट है। इसलिए एक्चुअल जेंडर इक्वलिटी का जो अर्थ है वो इक्वल आउटकम्स फॉर मैन एंड वुमेन है। आउटकम इक्वल होना चाहिए। केवल ऐसा नहीं है कि मैन और वुमेन इज इक्वल टू ह्यूमन, पर आउटकम में कहां है? उस आउटकम के आधार पर तो जेंडर जस्टिस आइडियल पॉइंट है, जब तक हम बैरियर्स को सही मायने में ऑनरशिप दे करके नहीं हटाने का काम करेंगे। हालांकि हमारे यहां पर ऐसा नहीं है कि जो कई जगह महिलाओं की अच्छी बात भी आती है। मैंने एक बार सरोजिनी नायडू की बहुत पंक्तियां मैं कोट करना चाहूंगा कि बचपन में मां ने नारी का किरदार निभाया, उसे ठीक से चलना, बोलना, पढ़ना सिखाया। उम्र जैसे बढ़ी तो पत्नी ने नारी का रूप दिखाया, उसे हर परिस्थिति में हमें डटकर लड़ना सिखाया। फिर बेटी ने नारी का रूप अपनाया, दुनिया से प्यार करना सिखाया। और तो क्या लिखूं मैं नारी के सम्मान में, हम सब तो खुद ही गुम हो गए अपनी ही पहचान में। ये इस यात्रा में जो उसकी सेल्फ आइडेंटिटी है, इसको सोसाइटी को रिकॉग्निशन देने का काम ये वुमेन डेवलपमेंट की बात है। और इसलिए दुनिया में जब पूरा फेमिनिस्ट मूवमेंट चला, सिमोन दी ब्यूवार ने फेमस बुक लिखी द सेकंड सेक्स, उसमें भी उन्होंने कहा कि अल्टीमेटली एज अ रिजल्ट ह्यूमैनिटी defines woman not in herself but the relative to man। और इसलिए अब जो विकसित भारत की बात हम करना चाहते हैं तो विकसित भारत केवल इकोनॉमी और टर्म के मामले में नहीं है, विकसित भारत रिलेशन के मामले में, एग्जिस्टेंस के मामले में, ऑनरशिप के मामले में, अपॉर्चुनिटी के मामले में, इसमें हमें ये जो जेंडर बायसनेस है इसको कम करना चाहिए। और यही कारण है कि हमारी सरकार इस विषय को आगे बढ़ाने को तैयार है। हमारे यहाँ पर लंबे समय तक बहुत वुमेन राइटर हुई, उन्होंने बहुत ओपन लिखा। पंजाबी में अमृता प्रीतम जी ने अच्छा लिखा, बंगाली में महाश्वेता देवी जी ने, अन्नपूर्णेश्वरी देवी ने अच्छा लिखा वुमेन के बारे में, उड़िया में लिखा, किन्होंने द्रौपदी लिखा, अभी भी लोग लिख रहे हैं। लेकिन आइडियल रिवॉल्यूशन में सावित्रीबाई फुले का बड़ा नाम हम लोग लेते हैं, क्योंकि जब उन्होंने पढ़ने की बात, जिसको हम मॉडर्न एजुकेशन कहते हैं, तो उन्होंने खुद ने पढ़ना शुरू किया। विधवा विवाह की बात हुई तो ज्योतिबा फुले और सावित्रीबाई ने अपने बेटे की सबसे पहले करी। तो सोसाइटी में रिफॉर्म के लिए हमको ये शुरुआत अपने से करनी पड़ेगी और सही अर्थों में वुमेन डेवलपमेंट में हमें समझना होगा, वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का अर्थ महिला को न पुरुष बनना है, न पुरुष के समान बनना है, अपनी विशिष्टता को पहचान कर अपने निर्माण में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देना, अपना अस्तित्व नहीं खोने देना है। और देश में एक नया परिवर्तन प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आया है, उसमें हमने पूरे देश में 85 लाख ये सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को प्रमोट करने की बात करी है। मुझे लगता है कि 33% रिजर्वेशन के बाद जो 85 लाख सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है, इनका जो एम्पावरमेंट है वो फ्यूचर में देश की महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ने में एक बड़ा योगदान देगा। आज हमारे श्रम मंत्रालय में हमने 400 ऑक्यूपेशन बेस जो अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के लोगों का रिजर्वेशन का एम्पैनलमेंट ई श्रम डेटा पे करा है। और मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि 29 करोड़ जो ई श्रम का डेटा है, उसमें जो 400 ऑक्यूपेशन है उसमें 37% ये वुमेन ने रजिस्ट्रेशन कराया है, जो हमारी इतनी बड़ी वर्कफोर्स को दिखाता है। और इसलिए ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने अपने को वुमेन को शक्ति नहीं माना है, हमने अपने देश के रूप में भी जो इमेजिन किया है, जो कल्पना करी है, वो भारत की नहीं करी है, भारत माता की करी है। और इसलिए, लेकिन ये पुरुष बनने के लिए नहीं है, ये अपने अस्तित्व पे खुद खड़े होने के लिए है। और इसलिए लगातार हम जो महिला पावर को केवल आदि शंकराचार्य ने जो बहुत अच्छी पंक्तियाँ लिखी हैं, जो लगभग हम लोग सुबह जब चैंटिंग करते हैं तो उसको बार बार दोहराते ही हैं। उसका एक पद है कि आईगिरी नंदनी नंदनी मेदिनी विश्व विनोदनी नंदनुते गिरिवर विंध्य शिरोधनी वासिनी विष्णु विलासनी जिष्णुनुते भगवती हेशिति कंठ कुटुंबनी भूरी कुटुंबनी भूरी कृते जय जय हे महिषासुर मर्दनी रम्य कपर्दनी शैलसुते। महिषासुर का अर्थ क्या है कि जितनी बुराइयां है, जितना ईवल है, जितनी अशांति है, उसको अगर कोई पावर के साथ हटा सकता है तो वो देवी है, वो शक्ति है। इसलिए उसको किसी के जैसा नहीं बनना है, उसको जो शक्ति है अपने ही शक्ति स्वरूपा में नेतृत्व करना है। यही हमारी मान्यता है। धन्यवाद।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to kindly take your seats, please? As we move to the last session on Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is also our valedictory session, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sanjay Jaju, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. We are also pleased to be joined by Mr. Anand Goenka, Vice President FICCI and Vice Chairman RPG Group, Mr. Anish Bafna, Co-Chair FICCI Medical Devices Forum and CEO and MD Healthium Medtech Limited, Mr. Atul Lal, Co-Chair FICCI Mobile Manufacturing Committee and Managing Director and Vice Chairman Dixon Technologies, Mr. Manish Sharma, Chairman FICCI Electronics White Goods Manufacturing Committee and Chairman Panasonic Life Solutions India and South Asia, and Ms. Shraddha Suri, Managing Director Subros Limited. Before we proceed with the session, I would like to invite Mr. Anand Goenka to kindly present green certificate to Secretary, sir. So this is FICCI's green way of welcoming the guests while taking utmost care of the environment. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Anand Goenka to kindly take the discussions forward.
Good evening, friends. It's an honor to welcome all of you to this esteemed gathering and most important initiative in Viksit Bharat 2047, which is the Make in India session. I'd like to thank Shri Sanjay Jaju, Secretary, Minister of Information and Broadcasting, for joining us today. Previously, Mr. Jaju was Additional Secretary in the Department of Defense Production in the Ministry of Defense and looked after policies for bringing in investments in growth in defense and aerospace sectors in the Make in India resolve. He has to leave us a little early today, so I'm going to, without any delay, welcome him and thank him for being here, and we'd love to hear from you, sir. Thank you.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd like to apologize. Yes, I have to leave early because, you know, all the schedules were made before time, and I think the schedules ran a little later here as well. So if I had come here at 3, then possibly I would have spent a complete hour. But now I have to make time and leave for another meeting which starts at 4:30. So my profound apologies. First, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of all of you, and I'd really like to thank FICCI for taking our call and organizing this consultation and the conference today on Viksit Bharat 2047, the vision that our Honorable Prime Minister has. And I understand it was done at a very short notice, and that's why my thanks and gratitude to all of you for making time and coming for this very important consultation program. And I've also heard that, you know, the entire day you had a packed schedule. You had a lot of discussions which happened around multiple themes. You had Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable INB Minister. I could see the other ministers also who joined in, Commerce and Industries Minister. You had government stakeholders, and also you have the industry consultations and the industry partners who participated in this consultation. So I have not really got much to talk about because it was my duty to kind of come here and thank FICCI and all of you that you could come at such a short notice. Coming back to the Atmanirbhar Bharat resolve, I've been very fortunate that I've been part of this resolve when I was in the Ministry of Defense, in the Department of Defense Production. And friends at that time also used to ask us, you know, what do you mean by Atmanirbhar Bharat? Does it mean that we're talking about protectionism? Are we talking about restricting globalization? And we used to always say that it actually doesn't mean that at all. It's primarily means that we want to achieve self-reliance and national development, but within the overall rubric of the globalized world. And when we say that we have to have Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are not saying that we are going to close our doors to the entire world. But on the contrary, actually what we are saying is, this shows our openness to both foreign trade and engagement, but it has to align with the requirement of self-reliance, especially in critical and strategic sectors. I mean, broadly, the ethos of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which I was part of in the Ministry of Defense, actually resonates across multiple sectors. We're talking about export competitiveness, because when you have export competitiveness, then only you are able to have the required manufacturing capabilities and design leadership and technology leadership. So I think that's the first pillar of being Atmanirbhar Bharat. The second pillar of Atmanirbhar Bharat is also around strategic partnerships, and which actually means that we are able to become a knowledge economy, and world treats us as equal in terms of knowledge transfer and technology transfer. And I think that's where excessive reliance on design leadership becomes pivotal, or extra reliance on design leadership becomes pivotal to this entire process. At the same time, when we say Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are also talking about getting integrated with the global supply chains and value chains, because that is how we will be able to get the domestic industry players to get integrated into the global network of corporations and industrial and medium and small enterprises all over the world. And this actually brings in a lot of collaborative framework, and it richly contributes to the global economy. The fourth pillar of Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about our openness to trade. And that's where we are talking in terms of fair and equitable trade agreements that protects our domestic interests, but at the same time which also allows us access to global markets, and vice versa. So if one looks at this whole approach of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and it gives us a fairly nuanced understanding of self-reliance. So it is not closing our doors, it is not protectionism, but it is becoming part of the global supply chains with focus on diversifying the mix of our economy. And when we say diversifying the mix of the economy, I think you had discussions around multiple topics today. And when we talk about that process, all of you are aware that we have schemes and programs that are giving access to domestic manufacturing. You have the production linked incentive scheme, and I'm sure when the industries department came and made their presentation, they would have talked about it. I'm not going to talk about that, but immense progress has been made, and I think the industry would be in a position to give us their understanding and your assessment of where production linked incentive scheme should move ahead in terms of the sectors in which it is. At the same time, within the sectors, what kind of an approach has to be followed to ensure that we get maximum out of the PLI schemes that we have. Besides the boost to the domestic manufacturing, this also brings in the element of infrastructure development. All of you are aware that a huge accent is being given to capital infrastructure project, because it's being considered as a huge multiplier to our GDP. Huge amounts of money are being spent on the infrastructure pipeline, be it the roads, airports, cities, or the infrastructure that is being supported for agriculture, the irrigation needs of our country. So the entire gamut of infrastructure sector amounting to more than even 10 lakh crores is currently being kept aside and being used for infrastructure development. And I think that's doing a lot of pump priming to our economy, and possibly this will also pave way for further investments coming in from the industrial sectors. At the same time, digital empowerment is also a very important pillar of our Atmanirbhar leadership. All of you are aware that UPI and digital payments are becoming pivotal to meeting the needs of our country. In terms of the broadband connectivity, more than 850 million people now have access to broadband, and that's a huge number. UPI has literally changed the game of digital payments and transfer of money in our country. And it's important and it's good now that you have multiple nations also joining in and becoming partner to the UPI story that we have. In terms of the industrial support, you are all aware that no country's manufacturing system can survive and grow unless the MSME sector becomes a shining star. I could see that in defense, and I'm sure this is happening in other sectors as well. Agriculture sector reforms also lie at the heart of the Atmanirbhar resolve that we have. It's only by modernizing agriculture and improving the farm productivity that we can actually increase the farmer's income. And the recent data actually shows that the average monthly income of agricultural households has actually become, has increased from 10,000 rupees in 2018 to around 15,000 rupees in July-December 2021 quarter. At the same time, as I was telling in my previous job profile, I used to be in defense production, and a lot of changes have been made in country's defense production scenario in terms of the buys that we do in our country. The coin has literally been flipped. We used to have close to about 30-40% of our requirement being met from domestic sources. Now you have close to 75, more than 75% of our total defense requirement is now being met from domestic acquisitions and domestic sources. Our industrial, defense industrial ecosystem also has improved immensely with the growth in number of startups that have started to play a role. The program that also I was part of was the Innovations in Defense Excellence, and large number of startups are now not just developing high-end state-of-the-art products, but they're also working on technologies that are not just going to transform the defense sector, but would also play a major role in the ancillary sectors surrounding defense. That is a larger manufacturing system that we have. The last part of our conversation, my conversation with you, is about the sector for which, as secretary in the department, I have the responsibility to foster growth. That is the media and the entertainment. And friends, this is the sector which actually needs to bring in a lot of synergies with the industry, because we not just need to enhance domestic content creation, but at the same time ensure its accessibility, and at the same time we provide fillip to the animation and the VFX capabilities that our country has. We have large number of platforms, OTTs, regional as well as national, which are running in our country and that are producing content which actually goes across multiple languages, and it's now being accessible to a huge population across the length and breadth of our nation. We'll require a lot of programs. There are talks of setting up the Center of Excellence for the VFX and animation in the gaming sector. FICCI and other industry associations are going to be part of that. And I'm sure all that will allow a place for the industry to recharge themselves and become stronger in terms of not just the domestic value addition, but at the same time creating global brands and global products, which is so pivotal to the development of the animation sector. We also have a lot of projects which are running in terms of the supporting the content in animation and the VFX projects. Especially this would be very helpful for the animation industry, which is expected to be close to about $2 billion by 2024. And the success of that will actually bring multiple studios that are there in the country in the global market. In fact, as per the FICCI's 2023 report itself, it has been mentioned that the viewership on the OTT platforms has increased by 35% in 2022 in comparison, the year-on-year comparison to 2021. And we now have the largest number of OTT subscribers, there's no surprise in that, which actually means that we have a lot of domestic OTT platforms which are working hand in hand with the international OTT giants that are working within our country. So friends, it's indeed my pleasure that I was able to attend this conclave. I'm sure the deliberations here would be conveyed to us, and working with industry association is pivotal, not just to provide our viewpoints, but at the same time get feedback from the industry, because until our country's industrial infrastructure and the country's industry grow, you will not be able to get wealth creation. And wealth creation is pivotal to solving our developmental goals and to solving our developmental problems and achieving our achieving sustainable development outcomes. So once again, my thanks to all of you. I'm sure you have still got a lot of deliberations left ahead, and I wish all of you success in your endeavors, and look forward to having more such conversations in the time to come. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Okay, we can now get on with the panel. Just to give you a little briefing, I think we've discussed a lot today about how India is a beacon of hope in the world economy, where a lot of the developed world is seeing pain. India has been fairly successful during this period. Make in India is one of the very successful initiatives of the government, where we've seen simplification of regulation, investment in infrastructure, and various other changes that we've been discussing all day. I think, however, we still have a long way ahead of us. There are economies that have leveraged the China plus one opportunity better than India a few years ago. Vietnam, for example, is one success story where we've seen shift from 17% of GDP to 25% of GDP being played by manufacturing. And we will discuss some of that today in our panel as well. And as we transition to the panel discussion, we have a great panel here with us. We have very exciting representatives of sectors such as medical devices, electronics, automotive. Really, the future of Make in India right here with us. We'll be discussing what can be done from a regulatory environment point of view, what they have done to boost exports, and how they have been able to see success during this period of Make in India as well. So without further ado, I'd be happy to start off with a few questions. So Manish, first question for you. So the theme for today is Viksit Bharat. So from a Viksit Bharat, we know means developed economy, but maybe from a private enterprise point of view, Viksit or developed may have many meanings. How would you define Viksit Bharat from your perspective?
Anand, thank you for having me here. I mean, the thought which comes to my mind, let me take a step back and reflect upon one of the philosophies of the founder of Panasonic. That comes to my mind, and this guy is called God of Management in Japan, Konosuke Matsushita. He started this company off in 1918. So two of his philosophies come to my mind while I hear your question. The first one is that technology should be like tap water. It should be available in abundance and at an affordable cost. This is first. And second is, in the later part of his life, when he was a very successful entrepreneur and a businessman, he founded an institution called PHP. The full form of PHP is Peace and Happiness Through Prosperity. So I think the responsibility with businesses, in the first instance, is to make technology available like tap water. It should be affordable, it should be available in abundance. In some sense, we have to make technology democratized in our country, which means we have to produce goods in abundance. We have to achieve economies of scale. And then we can have happiness within the societies by enabling that prosperity. So when I hear of Viksit Bharat, this initial thought comes to my mind, and in some sense, this is not necessarily a responsibility with the people in the position of authority, but everybody, including us, the industry, the leaders, people who are part of the industry, the chambers, should share this sense of responsibility with the government to enable the future of a prosperous country which can be called Viksit Bharat.
Great, thank you. PHP, something really to take back and remember, very deep and very interesting. Thank you. Next question for Shraddha. So while India has made significant strides in developing its auto component ecosystem and has even begun exporting some components, there is still a fair amount of dependency that is there on imports, especially certain critical components. Could you share a little bit about what are these components and what can we do to ensure we are more Atmanirbhar and even become net exporters of some of these components?
Yeah. So I think we've taken, we've taken long strides in where we were and where we are now. Last year, just to throw a few numbers, last year the auto component sector did about $70 billion as a total revenue, of which 20 billion was export, 20.1, and 20.3 was import. So we're just there, 200 million short. But what is interesting is that the rate of growth of export is much higher. It's double of the rate of growth of import. What is actually happening is that a lot of components that we are localizing at a great speed, but we continue to import and export round about the same type of components. The reason for that is that, in the higher end cars, we are still importing, whereas when the volumes grow, as the volumes grow, localization happens. On localization, again, we have some interesting numbers. We did about net 7,000 crores of localization FY23. And we are set to do about 15,000 crores further in the next 4 to 5 years. So I think that as economies of scale will come in and as we will invest more in technology, as he just said, it should be like tap water. When that happens, localization is a subset of actually technology. So we need to design in India and then make in India. I think they both go hand in hand. So when the Honorable Minister says that we want to make in India for India and the rest of the world, we need to also design in India. So design in India and make in India will go hand in hand. And we'll do that not just for India, we'll do it for the rest of the world. That's going to happen. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Coming to you, Anish, on the medical device sector, similar question. How do we move here from becoming a net importer to a net exporter?
So the med device, med tech industry is where pharmaceuticals was in the 80s in India. And you saw we reached a position where 25% of what the US uses in terms of pharmaceutical is exports out of India. So we are a very nascent industry at this point in time. If you look at our contribution on a global scale, we comprise only 1.65% of the overall med device, med tech industry. And pretty much all the ingredients that you need to create a med tech company or a med tech industry of scale are here, right? You need good engineers, you need metallurgical skills, polymers, pharmacological skills, clinical skills. Pretty much all of that has been here. But I guess this is also the state of evolution of any country where, phase one was to make the country self-reliant on pharmaceuticals, and sort of the large base with some great entrepreneurs gave us the ability to create, multinationals of scale over a period of time. So we are at that juncture, and in my mind, even if you look at the industry growing at about 5% globally, if the industry itself, which is $400 billion now, by 2047, if it is, grows at 5%, it'll be almost a $2 trillion kind of an industry, right? And we should have the right of the sort of 17% of the global population that we have. And by that, sheer math, we should be the size of the global industry at $400 billion by then. But, it's easier said than done. 75% of what we use currently is imported. And pretty much a lot of that is a reflection of what is happening in the automotive industry. But look at where automotive was again 30, 40 years back and how they have evolved over a period of time. We think that we are on a similar pathway. It's much more complex because there's a massive regulatory pathway that you have to endure. There's a global harmonization that is required for the Indian medtech to be acceptable. The quality paradigm really has to be set in place because these are high precision products. These are products that are used to save lives, and we cannot afford to sort of, make any kind of compromises there. So in my view, it's a very, very long journey. We are just at the foothills at this point in time. We are about 800 odd strong, domestic manufacturers. But we will see a very steep curve over the next decade or so, and that will really help us to take our industry, international. And another point is that the China Plus One is a good tailwind that we had. So pharma had the patent tailwinds in 2000, in the early 90s. We have the China Plus One, which is in our favor. Now it will be up to entrepreneurs to sort of build companies of scale, which are high precision and extremely high on quality, and take it to the next level.
Great. In fact, I'd like to continue with you with another question, since you brought about regulations and being very complex, and of course medical device related, affecting people. What is your view on the regulations, and what can be done more to help faster growth in the medical devices space?
Yeah, the regulatory element again here is a little more complicated because of the usage of, different components, different materials, and the supply chain is very varied, right? So the kind of processes that we use, makes it much, much more complex. Now, in 1992, the Global Harmonization Task Force was set in place, and the entire objective was that, can we create an equanimous quality system across the globe where the quality is pretty much the same, and then the regulatory pathway then follows. And that has been a work in progress, because on various elements, whether it is doing clinical studies, whether it is classification of the categories, whether it is the usage of the products, all that it needs to be put into practice. How do you manage pre and post usage of the product? Because even in India, we don't really track the post-market surveillance is still rather limited. So what has happened over a period of from 1992 to now is that particular harmonization platform has brought about 30 directives that the world is using, but the regulatory pathway in our kind of business keeps on evolving, because now you have IoT, now you have technology that is playing a very, very large part in terms of also data management. So how do you marry the sort of new technologies along with the precision that the product brings to the patient? That becomes very important. At the heart of it, ensuring quality is the most important element. Ensuring that the precision of the products is absolutely necessary. Making sure that a regulatory pathway is, supports the usage and manufacture of high quality products by creating clinical evidence becomes extremely important. Making sure that everybody in the ecosystem has the same regulatory compliance, because in an evolutionary process, not everybody complies to the same level of requirements that governments impose, and because the number of SKUs, the number of units is so large, it becomes slightly difficult to administer. The pre and the post evaluation of the products becomes important. A complaint mechanism, in our industry, the complaint mechanism is also missing. So for electronic-based or mechanical device-based instruments or equipment, you still have a complaint mechanism, but otherwise, the voice of the patient in our kind of an industry is not heard at all. So the patient also needs to get a voice. And then finally, making sure that you create systems for data security. A lot of these equipment are now, sending data back to the doctor or back to the hospital, and there really needs to be systems to manage all that. So it's a complicated and a fairly complex ecosystem, but it's an evolutionary pathway.
Great. Tougher than I thought. It reminds me of social media where the pace of change of technology is very fast, and regulators and in a way nearly everyone needs to adapt to the change, and that's the challenge that you're facing. All the best on that. Atulji, on Dixon, it's been one of the most incredible stories for India, I'd say, for sure in the last decade, maybe a little bit more than that, but It's really incredible what you've been able to do with the company. China plus one is real, and you are a representative of the success that we are being able to see as a result of global economies wanting to move away from China. However, as I did briefly mention, other economies like Vietnam were able to capitalize on this earlier. Are there any lessons that you have from either other countries who were able to capitalize on it earlier, or what more can India do to ensure that this time we are the ones who are able to see that uptick on China plus one?
Thank you, Mr. Goenka. Thank you very much for having me here. So undoubtedly, the Indian electronics manufacturing industry is at an inflection point. In our industry parlance, we call it our Y2K moment. It's a no-brainer that due to evolving global geopolitical situation, very significant government policy intervention, which any industry in its stages of infancy requires the government support. The industry itself acquiring a certain level of skill set, competitiveness, and talent. That all electronic goods being sold in India, which till a decade back were largely imported, are going to be manufactured in India. And out of these very many, India is going to become globally competitive, and we're going to be servicing the global market. However, this is just scratching the surface. Because the opportunity is humongous. And we have a lot of comparative element from countries like Vietnam. Just to share with you some numbers, Vietnam increased its electronics exports in a period of 7 years from $7 billion to almost $100 billion. And we were still struggling at a normal growth rate, which we again call in our terminology high, 15–20%. But we have a long way to go. Now, it has to be a collaborative effort from both the government and the industry. The government, I think, largely has done its bit. It has had very significant policy interventions. PLI schemes not only rolled out well, but also now executed well. Dixon itself is a beneficiary of 5 PLI schemes: mobile phones, telecom devices, air conditioning components, lighting components, and IT products. Specs and the semiconductor policy, in which there is already a significant traction, at least in the last bit of value chain of OSATs and ATMPs, and hopefully we'll have some fabs also here. Now, it's for we in the industry to take a significant step. Execution and deliverables is the key bit. And when I'm talking about execution and deliverables, we're talking about nurturing and acquiring talent, learning and development, digitization, owning of designs, deepening of value addition, and not only in semiconductors, in the non-semiconductor space also. Which, for example, mobile phones. Today, we are struggling at 15 to 17% of value addition. China is at 39–40%. Now, almost 50% of the bill of material is non-semiconductor. Let's say your mechanical of a 5G phone, it requires a very different level of precision engineering. Camera is an extremely important element of a phone today, on which a phone sells. You need engineers who understand lens and cameras. You need polymer processing. You need metals. You need to understand chemicals and fluids. It's a tedious journey, but that's what the industry has to invest in. And once you are able to acquire that skill set, then the industry becomes much more stable. The stickiness with the global customers enhances. Obviously, the value addition increases. And then the protection that you're having through either tariff or non-tariff route or PLI route, which is basically helping you in acquiring the domestic market, at some point of time, in 2 to 3, 4 years, you acquire the competitiveness of servicing the global market. So that's what we need to do from the industry side. From the state side, I think more action apart from the central government has to be done at state level. Electronics, please appreciate, I mean, we in Dixon operate on operating margins of 4%. The financial matrix is extremely comparative. And the issues in India are that you have to keep your balance sheet size very small. You can't have a large gross block. In India, land is a big, big issue. Whereas when we're talking about countries like Vietnam or in China still, it comes practically at no cost. And that's where a collaborative effort is required between the state government and the entrepreneurs. So I think opportunity undoubtedly is immense. We have taken the first step forward. To take that massive leap forward, I think industry has to do more. A bit more has to be done at the state level. Central government, I personally feel, has done largely its job. Thank you.
I think the government would have been happy to be here in this session and hear that the government has done its bit. So thank you. And clearly it seems to be an execution challenge, and the onus is very clearly on industry. Okay. Moving away from electronics, Shraddha, once again, PM mentioned even in his Bharat Mobility Conference that green, sustainable mobility is the future, electronics is the future. The automotive comp space is one that is going to get most disrupted by this change. How is the industry getting prepared for this kind of dramatic change that we expect to see going forward?
It's interesting, you said it's going to be disruptive. I think it's going to be positively disruptive because it's throwing out such immense opportunities for everybody. What we don't realize is that actually the whole pie is increasing. It's not just EV that's increasing. So, last year, for example, in passenger vehicles, we did 4 million. We are going to be doing, say, 8 million. And EV is going to go from what we did last year at 50,000 to 1 million. But traditional is also growing. So there is enough room for everyone. And as we call it in ACMA, the last person standing approach, I think we as a country can absorb every other nation's requirement for ICE and become one of the largest exporters. But coming to your question, as we speak, ACMA is actually hosting we're hosting an EV Global Expo, which we inaugurated yesterday. It's a closed affair with, it's a buyer-seller meet. We've got about 50 exhibitors and about 60 people who've come. And it's largely based on the EV space. So what I think is that the EV space right now in India is growing, but it's actually led by the two-wheelers. Unlike the rest of the world, our two-wheeler market is growing much faster than the four-wheeler. And of course, there is also now buses which are growing. But as the scale grows, and the government has been extremely supportive, and I have to second what Mr. Lal said, that they've really done their job. The PLI schemes that got rolled out for us, FAME 2, the PMPs, etc., really are propelling us. They're the bedrock on which we are being able to scale up. And as volumes increase, of course, localization will increase. So it's exciting times for us in the mobility space. It's not just EV, it's all alternate fuels that we're talking about right now. So there's strong hybrids, there's hydrogen, there is, and CNG, which one forgets, is also a cleaner fuel. So there's a lot that's happening. And the lines are blurring in mobility between manufacturing, technology, and mobility. So I think it's becoming, it's an interesting space, and it's, everyone's investing right now a lot in tech, in process engineering, in quality, just to be able to become world class and actually take advantage of the China Plus One, just like Dixon has. So you'll see many more Dixons in the auto component space, I'm sure about that.
Oh, great, super. So we're moving to a multi-fuel world. We don't give up on ICE. ICE is still going to continue to grow, and the pie is growing. So great, thank you. Manish, once again, going back to the electronics space and back to components, I know we have a client of ours who is in the electronic space. They're looking at setting up a factory in India, and they are nervous about the components for themselves. So what exactly, how do you see the component space developing? What's the challenges and what can be done going forward?
Yeah, to be honest, I can be very objective in reflecting upon confidence for the example which you are mentioning, if I know what space they are looking at in this country. But even without knowing what specifically they are looking at, I can with confidence tell you that this is the right time to invest into anything to do with backward integration in the country. And I'll come to this one in a while, because Atul Lalji, in all humility, have been hearing that Dixon, in some sense, in the backdrop of China Plus One, got benefited. I've been witnessing their journey for last about 12 years in specific. And I want to share one very good example. I think we have to also tell people that how a very clear ambition coupled with a strategy and its execution can position you to be globally competitive. And Atulji, you may remember in the backdrop of then aligned policy into LED space with the consumption potential of our country. So it's been about 9 years when that policy came into existence. And then there was nothing as such known as China Plus One. Then we are talking about 2014, 2015, 2016. When with that ambition of becoming one amongst top 3 LED lamp manufacturer in the world, Dixon expanded its capacity, invested into creating capabilities, both into design and manufacturing, became one amongst top 3, globally competitive, and the cost was competitive comparative to majority of Chinese manufacturers. So I think that kind of ambition has to cut across majority of people here. And now I'll come to your question. See what is happening in our country specifically. One, electronics is cutting across almost all the applications. This potentially 10 years before was not the case. And adding to what Mr. Bafna also mentioned, that now beyond electronics, products are starting to become more connected and then smart, which essentially means that more and more sensors are starting to get incorporated into products, which means we are starting to throw data much more than what otherwise the connected products will throw. So in that sense, products are now starting to talk to each other and also to the people who are utilizing those products. Now the challenge with us is that with this huge potential, how do we understand what in specific are we to do when it comes to component manufacturing? And for a while we've been talking about semiconductors. Thankfully we have started to talk about something which completely cuts across all the industries, which is the PCB assemblies itself. And I personally, and here at FICCI, we've been aiming at, in the first instance, taking a challenge to understand which are those components, how do we prioritize them. So in the first instance, we have to understand what components are coming into the country and getting consumed. And while we talk of the data which FICCI has analyzed, $10 billion of PCB assembly is still coming into the country, getting populated elsewhere. Now imagine once we have a fair understanding of this 10 billion plus another 10 billion which is getting populated in the country. Those are the components we are wanting to look at. They are in abundance when it comes to heat sinks, the laminates itself, the wound components, both the active and passive components. So this is the aim which we are taking here. And taking an example from the automotive industry and one of the recent ones into air conditioners industry. Responsibility with industry is to come together, aggregate this demand, and let the component manufacturers take that step of setting up manufacturing in the country, and then design follows.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you. I think getting the data in place and understanding what is the real status is something that I believe FICCI is working on, and hopefully we'll see some success and simplify life in some way.
Anand, it's a effort which FICCI has been taking forward since last about a year. And the big question is that why multi-layered PCBs should not happen in our country. And I must compliment the effort of the entire secretariat of FICCI to be taking up this very complex task in a very simple manner. That has been happening for a while, yeah.
Mr. Lal, once again. So as we look at winning in the electronic space or growing at a fast pace within electronics, Manish did share that there are so many spaces, nearly everything is becoming electronic, which was very restricted to a few spaces. Where do you see India winning? Which are those electronic spaces where you think we should focus on, where you see we will see higher growth, and India can have a unique capability out there?
You see, the globally electronics industry is almost going to touch $3 trillion. It's a very, very large industry. And we're expecting the Indian electronics industry to grow from $80 billion to almost $300 billion by 26-27. And it's very, very doable. My firm belief is that for growth in any industry, you need some icons. I beg your pardon, but I think the Indian automobile industry, Indian personal vehicle industry, went through its growth and revolution with Suzuki, Maruti coming in. In Dixon, we are largely a part of the consumer end side. So I'll share with you the experience of consumer end side. The first phase of electronics industry started growing in India when my customer Panasonic or LG or Samsung came in. They were the icons and they set up the ecosystem. And now the maximum growth in electronics is in the mobile industry. First it was Samsung, and now with Apple coming in, it is just completely disrupting the industry in a very, very positive way. It's not only growth in numbers, it's deepening of the skill set of the industry. And the growth is humongous, it's phenomenal. And just imagine when this $20-30 billion of Apple production is going to set up an ecosystem. And again, I'm not talking about semiconductors. I'm talking about flexible PCBs, I'm talking about mechanicals, I'm talking about modules, I'm talking about display modules. It's going to be of a different order. So my sense is the maximum growth is going to be in the smartphone industry because that's where actual China plus one is playing out. Apart from that, everything, when we are talking about telecom devices, IT products, Indian imports of IT products, it's $10 billion. And I'm very sure with the intervention of the government, IT PLI 2, the global brands realizing that they can't get away with only supplying to the Indian market through imports, that industry is going to take off. And then government has been very prudent in including the localization element in the government, in the IT PLI 2. Also, one thing I missed out in my last sharing of thoughts, what we expect out of the government, and I'm a part of ELSINA, and we've been pursuing with the government, and what Manish ji also said, that we need a government intervention in something kind of a PLI on non-semiconductor components. Because any industry in its stages of infancy requires some kind of hand-holding, and unfortunately we signed an ITA 1, wherein all the electronic components, they allowed them to be imported at 0% duty. So the industry just collapsed. We need some hand-holding for 3, 4, 5 years, which the government is responding in a positive way. So responding to your question, I think mobile is going to be leading, but every electronic product category in India is having a tremendous opportunity, and also we request the government to roll out, for which the government is responding positively, something like a PLI or a package for non-semiconductor components.
Thank you. So mobile looks like possibly an area where we may be winners. We do have the population and the penetration, so clearly very large opportunity.
So it's not only for the Indian domestic market, because Indian domestic market itself is huge. It's almost $150 million units for a smartphone, another 70-80 million of 2G phones is still. It's going to be a hub for exports. It's going to be a hub for global markets.
Okay, I have a question which I could just request maybe one or two, anyone to take it up. This is to do with government trying to invest a lot on capital investment. They have committed a large amount, and we are seeing nearly a 1% uptick in GDP growth because of the high investment in infrastructure. So they are taking a lot of the onus of growth, of multiplier effect, because of infrastructure investment. Private enterprise has been investing, but not to the extent and speed that one would like. I'd say the animal instincts are still not fully there. I know y'all have been investing, and but I would love to hear that what more can be done to activate private enterprise. So any thoughts?
I'll partially take it. Anant, if you carefully look at, and this would be extension of what Atulji mentioned, I mean, if you go back 10 or 15 years before, and if there is something potentially called as a need hierarchy in the life of consumers, refrigerator in consumer appliances used to sit on the top, and then came mobile phone. And it, for about initial 10 years of this 15 to 16 years of its existence, has taken a significant part of people's pocket. Essentially, initially because the technology into devices was changing, cameras were becoming better, the processors were becoming better, and there some amount of stability has started to happen. And the cost of data and stuff has also gone down. In that sense, some amount of that is going into disposable income for people. That is one perspective. Second is the penetration of appliances in our country still is very low. Look at air conditioners, it's just about 7.5% of Indian households. So huge potential. Third is, when it comes to per capita GDP from a current level, we are looking at 3,500 odd to happen in next 3 to 4 years of time. Now, there are enough data points available of economies who have moved from being emerging to developed that there is a threshold around $3,000 when it is a situation for the industry to start to grow exponentially in terms of consumption of such products, which is just about 2 to 3 years away. And if you carefully look at sector specific where penetration levels are low and capacity enhancements are happening, look at air conditioners. At least in the finished goods, 20 to 25% of capacity expansion has happened in air conditioners, and doubling of component manufacturing has happened only in last 18 months. So it's a matter of time. I believe that potential dream run is just about 2 to 3 years away. And in last 10 years, there has been a methodical approach when it comes to the preparedness of the supply side of it. It would have started from PMP, then it was some of the capex incentives, and finally the PLIs. I think it's a matter of time when demand starts to shoot up. And there can be some tactical arguments around this which can sort of simulate. I mean, always there has been an argument that why products should be charged at 28% GST. So it's a matter of time, I believe.
Sure, thank you. Would anyone else like to, maybe one more?
So I think private sector has been conservative in making investments. I think it has been an experience of the decade from 2004 to 14 when a lot of capexes were made, but the consumption did not grow. So I think private sector is going to start investing only when the Indian consumption story takes a different trajectory. But my sense is that we are almost there. However, my take on this also is that when Indian industry starts looking at the world as the market, and you're able to achieve the global competitiveness, and then the capexes are going to happen automatically. In some industries, I think we're almost there. In some industries, I think the approach has to change.
Yes, Anish.
I'll just add to it that, the captive consumption becomes very important for the growth of any industry, and the same thing plays out for us also. But, as Manish was saying, as the entire ecosystem comes together of, in our case, higher insurance penetration, more reimbursement, capacity and capability built up, both in terms of number of hospitals and doctors, nurses, etc. This will become a, virtuous cycle. In our industry, there have been only 26 PLIs, and they've been able to gather about $147 million, which is very small. But the pace at which the infrastructure is building, on the hospital side, or more capability is getting built, I think the next 5-7 years, we will achieve what we did in probably the last 40-50 years.
So I'll just pipe in here. So as far as the auto and the auto component sector is concerned, our penetration of car per thousand is very low. I think it's 32 per thousand. It's nothing. As infrastructure is developing, what is actually happening is that I agree with Ms. Lal. It's a consumption story. We were conservative. We are conservative because consumption did not take off. But if you look at the latest schemes that the government is, giving out, they're all based on scale. So they're encouraging you to localize and scale up. And that's because they're encouraging you to look at the globe as your market. And the moment, and I agree with him, the moment that happens, investment is going to go through the roof. Domestic consumption is also going to go through the roof, but also global consumption is increasing. So I think it's a bit of both. Cost of capital has been an issue that has been there, and especially for the MSMEs. And we have to look at the whole value chain. We can't just look at the large players, right? A lot of the country comprises of the MSMEs, and the MSMEs are very pivotal in our growth story. So I think as the tier ones grow or the larger players grow, the MSMEs, the whole ecosystem will start to burst. Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Great. It's a very engaging discussion. I'm going to try a little bit to summarize some of the learnings that we got. I think some of the clear opportunities that we see is that we are at the foothills and we have still a long way to go in terms of growth. The dream run is going to happen. Government has done its bit. Harmonization of products is something that is being worked upon and very important. Technology is evolving very fast, and therefore regulation has to move at the same pace, and that makes the issue a little bit more complex to solve. We do need a hero like Maruti, as we saw in the autocom space. A few heroes emerging in key sectors will make a difference, and the potential for India is large. I'd say that penetration is low, per capita GDP is low, and finally India needs to look at the world rather than just India alone. So great, thank you very much for your thoughts. Pleasure, thank you so much. Thank you.